Good evening, everybody. Welcome. It is Monday, July 18th, 2022, 7:49 p.m. This meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education is being live streamed as well as recorded for storage and viewing on our district website. The public can participate during the hearings of individuals and delegates by signing up at a sheet by the back door or also by filling in a form for signing up for audio public speaks via WebEx through a form that's available on our website. Adequate written notice of this meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education has been provided to both townships and village clerks, the Star Ledger, the News Record, tapintosoma.net, and the Village Green. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Burnside, please note for the record that all members stated they would be in attendance this evening. And with that, may you please call the roll?
Board Member Susan Bergen,
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua,
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina,
Here.
Board Member Aaron Siders,
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford,
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani,
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter,
Here.
Board Member Courtney Winkfield,
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
I heard it, President.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd now like to make a motion to hold this meeting in a hybrid manner. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. And now we will begin with where we go. Okay, and now we will go with the board recognitions. And I'll start and then pass it on to Vice Presidents, Board Members Bergen and Whitletter. Congratulations to Class of 2023 students Noah Moros and Daniel Buckus on representing Columbia High School at the annual American Legion Jersey Boys State. Both Noah and Daniel were elected to state senator office, a seat held by just 24 of 750 participants. Additionally, Noah was one of 2 participants who was elected to represent New Jersey as a Boys Nation senator. He would travel to Boys Nation in Washington, D.C. for a week at the end of July with the 2 top delegates representing other Boys State programs held across the country. Finally, Noah was also awarded the Gordon A. Vreeland Award for Best Delegate. The award is presented annually to the delegate who has best exemplified dedication and achievement in the Boys State program and is selected by the American Legion and the Boys State program administrators. Available in 49 states, Boys State and Girl State educate youth in the duties, privileges, rights, and responsibilities of American citizenship. This program endeavors to provide a foundation for understanding self-government, a rational approach towards the solution of public questions, and a live faith in the ideals, and processes of democracy. The program of training and instruction consists of extending background of American ideals, expanding knowledge of the underlying principles of government organization, and by means of active participation in the government during Boys State, help the participants to set up constructive ideals towards all phases of representative government. Board Member Bergen.
Thank you. The staff recognitions first goes to James Mano, the supervisor in the Fine Arts Department at CHS and CHS film students. Congratulations to Columbia High School film students on the presentation of the documentary, The Healing Arts in a Time of COVID. The Healing follows CHS students and teachers as they navigate the uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic. The story begins on the day the school musical was canceled in 2020. The film follows the students through 2 years of turmoil, isolation, and determination. Mr. Mano worked with Achieve to get a grant to pay for the project's filming. Once the grant was secured, CHS film students worked with local filmmaker Sean McCourt and interviewed performed the music, sang, and edited the final film. The film spotlights the pandemic's impact on high school theater and music programs in New Jersey. It's just surviving, said executive producer and SOMSD supervisor of fine arts, James Mano. It's about moving from surviving to thriving. The healing was directed by local filmmaker Sean McCourt, who is no stranger to the arts. McCourt is a former Broadway actor with credits such as Wicked, Mary Poppins, and Titanic. For the past 10 years, he has been a television showrunner on Discovery, Nat Geo, and Fox. McCourt collaborated with film and music students at the high school. With students in front of and behind the camera, the film contains an intimately personal look at the next generation of artists. This film was shot by students, scored by students, and told by students, says McCourt. We worked on this together for nearly a year. It's a raw and very real reminder of what they went through and how they found their way back.
Thank you. That concludes the board recognitions for the month of July. And I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for the June 9th executive session and public session, June 20th executive session and public session, June 27th executive session and public session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Oh, also executive and special for June 29th. Apologies. Thank you, board member Siders. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, this administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the board, it is referred to the appropriate board committee. Members of the board work with administration and superintendent to ensure members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration, and only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you to our board president and good evening. Hello to our South Orange and Maplewood School District family. Thank you to those who gave of your summer evening to join us for our regular Board of Education meeting. We are thrilled to share that our summer programming is well underway with close to 1,500 students taking part in various academic and enrichment activities. Additionally, you probably noticed that we have 7 summer construction projects that are moving full steam ahead. I want to thank our teachers and support staff members for being so cooperative and flexible during this very dynamic time. If you were not aware, for our schools that are under construction, staff members were required to pack their classrooms. Our school leaders and other 12-month employees have had to relocate temporarily. Many are in schools that they're not very familiar with. Thank you also to our summer staff and leadership team members for their efforts in seamlessly providing these opportunities for our students and families. Today, Round 2 of our Intentional Integration Initiative Year 2 placements were released to families of incoming kindergartners, first graders, and sixth graders. We are continuing to bring this generational shift closer to fruition. Our goal of providing our families with schools whose enrollments closely resemble the rich diversity of our townships is quickly becoming a reality, as approximately 1,500 of our rising K, first, and sixth graders will now attend schools and settings with a much more balanced socioeconomic representation. Please know that our school reopening planning and preparation is well underway. From our HR team to the business office, C&I, and the rest of our leadership team members, we are all focused on successfully transitioning to our brand new school year in September. This begins with formally closing out our summer construction and returning our spaces to the members of each school community. We are excited to share some important updates on our construction shortly, but first, it's my pleasure to introduce Principal Shannon Glander, who has a special presentation to share with us all. Mr. Bonds, Principal Glander is joining virtually.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Taylor and Board of Education members. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I'm proud to share that Seth Boyden completed its second Artists in Education grant-funded residency in African American stepping this year. Our fifth grade class is engaged in 16 days of 40-minute workshops with distinguished stepping artist Maxine Lyle, who provided students with a range of stepping lessons, as well as deep insights into the history and cultural importance of stepping, especially within Black culture. Maxine also led a very informative professional development session for our fifth grade staff, special areas teachers, and Assistant Principal Murphy. The residency culminated in an incredible step show assembly on June 10th with original numbers by each fifth grade class, a bonus number by the third graders, and a special performance by the Columbia High School Infinite Step team. The AIE program is a co-sponsored performance by the by the New Jersey Council on the Arts and Young Audiences Arts for Learning, and they have now announced that Seth Boyden will receive a third AIE stepping grant for 2022-23. I hope you'll enjoy the first few minutes of this residency video funded by our PTA and made by local filmmaker Erin Harper, which really captures how meaningful the experience was this year for our fifth graders and for our whole school community. I'd also like to thank the many people involved who've made this grant experience possible. A huge thank you to former Seth Boyden parent and grant writer extraordinaire, Dr. Allison Poe, Assistant Principal Sheila Murphy, teacher leaders Krista Maserowski and Rosemary Connell, the entire fifth and third grade teaching staff, the talented Maxine Lyle, our fantastic Seth Boyden PTA, our current parent / local filmmaker Erin Harper, and the students themselves. I hope you enjoy the preview.
This stepping program has been amazing because it ignites a fire in every child.
Every single student is excited on Tuesday and Wednesday to go to the step class with Miss Maxine.
I don't know if you realize this. I'm just going to give you a compliment right now.
Miss Maxine is fantastic. We love her. She's the best. Thank you, Miss Maxine.
Students have been taught the basics of step movement. We've worked with hip-hop rhythms that are familiar to them. What's the beginning of our hip-hop step? Yeah. What's the first step I taught you all? We've started to incorporate blades, which are reflective of the military style of step that you see often in college step performances.
All of us are.
I love this suggestion.
Everybody was engaged, everybody was persevering, everyone developed more and more pride in what they were doing, both individually and as a group.
This year, for me, and I think for all of Seth Boyden and the teachers, social and emotional health was really at the forefront of what we wanted to accomplish with our students. For 2 years, they've sat down and been on a screen, and that's been very detrimental for some of them. That depression, that anxiety, the stress is just becoming alleviated, and they have an outlet now.
This is it's a lot more fun. It's like a break from everything we do every single day. It just calms my brain and stuff.
The step captains help with the warm-ups.
I just stand in the front to help people and so they can watch me.
Step captains, you're already here. Look at that. I didn't even have to call you down. You just, beautiful. They're becoming more and more self-sufficient.
The kids that step up, that want to have that leadership role, it's just another way for a student to show who they are or something that they're good at.
Calls and positions that help us all come together. So whenever I say showtime position, whatever they're doing, they know that they need to put their hands behind their back, put their head down, mouths closed, so we're ready to move forward. Steppers halt, which is where they stomp and bring their fists together. I heard Milo. Come on now. Come on, class. Let me hear your huh. I'm going to give you the option that I gave my last class and come up with their own ending and come up with their own pose. You don't even know what I'm going to say. In the beginning, some of them were were apprehensive about moving in this way.
The movement in general is just like really different.
It's not everyone's going to be on the same page, and we also have to get these like movements in our head.
One of the biggest changes I've noticed in the students is in terms of confidence, just as a unit. Something really exciting just happened in class. I started to teach the beginning of a new step, and then Benji jumped in.
Well, they decided to do 3 stomps, and I added like a clap.
We do a lot of collaboration in step class. Sometimes like it'll be completely out of the blue. Like someone will accidentally add an extra stomp, and Miss Maxine, who's great, is like, "That's fantastic. Let's do it."
Benji step 5, 6, 7, 8.
They have to work together in order to work as one stepper. That's what you're supposed to hear.
They keep the same rhythm.
So 1/2.
So I'm doing this, right?
Yeah. We all do the 1 step, and then
I also use repetition as a tool to build confidence. So everything I choreograph is done in sets of 4.
because what she does is she repeats the rhythm, which.
So I think you just need to get used to going back into the clap instead of stomping.
And now we're able to use those ideas, and they'll be your ideas. And before you know it, the class had come up with their own steps.
I think it's getting easier because when Miss Maxine teaches, she takes her time and she's gentle with us.
But I feel like we can't just be doing that the whole entire time because we have to break off at one point.
She respects our opinions and about if we're ready to move on
Let's just try that together.
and if we're not ready.
She just lets us like be ourselves.
It's more she's doing it with us instead of just telling us.
You know, it's not simply about the flash of the dance. It's not simply about if you're coordinated enough to move your body in this way. It's also about understanding the cultural context and how that applies to the way you move your body.
We've learned the history of gumboots and how it originated in South Africa, where people used to like communicate with each other.
But these rain boots look like boots that were worn many, 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 many years ago in South Africa when gold miners were digging for gold.
It was incredible how the miners, how they communicated with stepping.
Miners weren't like allowed to talk to each other, so they used beats and stuff to like signal to each other without the other people knowing.
Like today, just in this story about gumboot, watching who was processing, how they were processing. I even saw a few nods from certain individuals when I talked about appropriation and racism.
And how their bosses, when they saw that they were doing like the dances, immediately the first thing that they thought was, how about we take this and make money off of it? And they didn't ever think about why they were doing it.
It's a fancy word that means that you take something that's not yours and use it to your benefit. Being able to empathize, right, and or sympathize with the plight of other cultures. That is all a part of social and emotional learning. And I think that this work helps them do that. Why does hatred exist? That's a hard one to answer. You all are asking some great questions. One of my mentors said, you got to get down to get up. And meaning you got to, boogie down to get up, to rise up. When we get moving and you hear the person next to you doing the same stomp that you're doing, it's a reminder. It came out of a need to remember that we're not alone. And the rhythm reminds us of that.
Up, up, up. Let it out. Let it out. Hear me. Hear me. See me. See me. Feel me. Feel me. I am powerful.
That chant just makes me feel good when I say it, because it's saying like,
I'm right here. You gotta look at me.
Today is the final step show day.
I also feel like kind of nervous, but like at the same time, more excited.
I'm really excited for the performance, honestly, because I've never really got to perform in front of like a crowd before.
I would say I'm a bit nervous, but it is cool that we're going to be able to show what we've learned through a performance. Even if we mess up, just go with the flow so they don't know.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be in front of the stage with like a bunch of people, but then I remembered I have a bunch of people here.
Steppers, halt! 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we have a class chant that was written by a student. I want the students here, the Black students here, to understand the legacy that they're a part of, and walk away with pride. I want the students who are not Black, who are tapping into this, whether it's the first time tapping into it or maybe, you know, they've been exposed already, to just walk away with an appreciation and awareness for a culture that's different than their own. Precision. school actually wants there to be a long-term STEP culture, that is special for me. And I can already see the leaders emerging in the class, and I'm excited.
This is something you can be a part of, right?
Thank you so much. That was much longer than the preview that I intended, but thank you for allowing us to show the film in its entirety. And thank you for your time, and everybody have a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Principal Glander. No way we were cutting that off, right? Excellent job. Excellent, excellent. Now, shifting to the next bullet under our superintendent's report is an update on our long-range facilities plan. Mr. Burnside, our school BA, will introduce our visitors.
It's my pleasure to introduce Scott Downey. He's from Spiesel Architects, and he's here to give the long-range facilities plan and a presentation about the commons at the high school. Thank you.
Good evening. So to update you on the progress of the various projects, as you mentioned, they are underway and they are generally tracking. Thank you. They're generally tracking forward pretty well. At Clinton, the first two of the three additions at the school there are largely complete. The temporary classrooms have been removed, and the foundations and the support work for the additional, the third addition, if you will, is beginning now. And the renovations are well underway and progressing. At Jefferson, similarly, the addition is on track to be finished for this summer, with the renovation work well underway as well. At Boyden and Tuscan, those projects are probably going to be very close to the schedule, but should be done as anticipated. And those are progressing well with the additions underway and about to be completed. At Tuscan, the roof replacement is well underway as well, and the main office alterations and other improvements progressing well according to the schedule. South Mountain and South Mountain Annex also are progressing. There, the schedule is a bit longer. At South Mountain, the steel is basically complete. The roof replacement is well underway, and abatement work and other renovation work is progressing. At the Annex, the addition and the site work has started as school let out at the end of the year. And there will be limited work this summer, but interior work and renovation work will start and progress from there. And Underhill Fields are well underway. The turf was already substantially completed, and the bleachers and the press box are due in September for delivery and completion of the installation. So going from there to talk about the schedule in general, the additional projects we haven't talked about yet are coming up. So the high school is scheduled to be bid late August, early September, with bids awarded in the fall and work commencing in December and running through August of 2024. And Montrose and Marshall scheduled to be bid in early September with a similar completion schedule. Maplewood Middle School and South Orange Middle School are scheduled to bid in October this fall. And we'll progress from there with 2 phases at Maplewood and 1 phase anticipated at South Orange Middle School. So that's a general overview. I don't know if there's any specific questions.
Yeah, any questions on those timelines from any of the board members before we move on to the comments? Board Member Malaspina?
I know that we have gotten some questions from the Academy Heights community, which is also my neighborhood, just putting it out there, for full disclosure, about the Ritzer Field renovations, and we're saying we're going out to bid in August. Will there be an opportunity for us to meet with the people prior?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
I asked, will there be an opportunity for the community members, like we had stated, to meet with the architects prior to August, going up for bid in August for CHS? And does that bid include Ritzer Field?
Board Member Malaspina, I don't think the architect's equipped to answer that question. I'm going to turn it over to the administration. Dr. Taylor, Mr. Burnside.
I've had communications with members of that part of our community. We informed them of our timeline. I don't know if it's appropriate for us to carve out any particular part of the community for an individual meeting, but I think it would be most appropriate for us to share with them if and when it will be discussed publicly.
Thank you. Board Member Valamani and then Board Member Telesford.
This is for the architects. Can we also get maybe a milestone level costing of all the projects that are happening? Because, one thing that concerns me is, we do 80% of the work and we're done with 100% of the money. That is a problem. I'm sure things are going well, but it would be nice to, along with the milestones of time and effort, we should also get amount spent. That would be a nice report to have.
So that's something that Kathy Tartaglia from Epic and I are going to be working on. That's involved. That's also in that project that we discussed in FFT.
Thank you. Board Member Telesford.
I had a similar question about milestones, but also, I guess for the particular talk we're getting today, are we getting anything updated, or is this the updated talk, or is this the most up-to-date version of this presentation? From what I was told, that we're supposed to be getting something updated based on the Commons talk.
Yes, this is going to be the most updated. There's not much that changed.
Right.
Right. So this is the most up to date.
Thank you. Board Member Valamani, is that an old hand? Thank you. My question, Mr. Downey, is you talked about the construction being 2/3 done at Clinton. When will in front of the timeline, my understanding is that the portables can't be knocked down until the first parts of the addition are done. What's the timeline for that? Will those something that will be done before school starts, or that will be happening during the school year?
So the temporary classrooms are already been removed to Clinton. Relative to the other schools at specifically at Tuscan and Boyden, once the additions and the improvements are substantially complete and we're on track for start of school, which we believe we will be, then those units could be removed following the establishment of that operational state, if you will, for the school for the fall.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further questions, let's go back to the presentation. And just for the board members, as you were, once Mr. Downey is finished, I presume everyone will have some questions, so I'll break out the randomizer, one question, and then if there's a second round, we'll go around for a second round of questions if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go through a presentation that covers the area at the high school where the existing pool is. I'm first going to go through what we've currently designed and what is in the documents to be advanced, and then we can talk about the pool. We've got some comparison information for you as well. So you see on the screen, I'm assuming everybody can see this. On the screen, you have some existing images of the pool space. So the area is obviously consists of the pool itself, which has been drained. Our understanding is in the past there have been some leakage and some operational concerns there. And you also see in some of these images the space itself is a very nice space, has a beautiful ceiling, and other features that in the design of its reuse in the current plans, we've salvaged and maintained some of that to maintain the character of that space. So what is proposed currently for that space encompasses the pool area and the adjacent locker room areas, and seeks to improve it with a variety of different spaces. So what's designed is what I refer to as a learning commons. So in school designs and renovations now, this has become a very regular feature. In essence, it's a space that is intended to be as flexible and as adaptable as possible, recognizing that there's a greater appreciation today for how different students learn in different ways and how different teachers want to be able to teach in different ways than just a regular classroom with desks and a chalkboard might necessarily support. So as that has evolved over years, learning commons types of spaces have come into the norm. And in a simple term, they bring together as diverse a range of educational environments as possible in a relatively contained space, one that can be supervised, one that can be programmed in many flexible ways, and provides a variety of different environments for teachers to use, for students to use, for groups, small and large, to use independently and programmed. So the lower portion of the plan that you see in the kind of greenish yellow, that is the area currently occupied by the pool. Up above that and to the left on my screen are the areas that were locker rooms. So the locker room areas are being converted in two ways. One, there's additional guidance space that's being created there. And there is kind of gathering or a breakout space to the left-hand side that's open to the corridor as well as to the renovated learning commons space. So this consists of two small study rooms, areas where tables and other activities can happen, and an area that could be dedicated to a gallery or an alumni gallery or that type of a display to accent the history of the school and the history of those who have gone to the school. So then the in commons area, which is taking over the pool, consists of a number of different features. There is a large gathering stair in the center, and then there's a two-story space to the right and a single-story space to the left. So I'll show you some 3D views. So here's a view that shows that gathering stair that will fill the space, the two-story space behind it, and the area in front of it. So this area can be used in a number of different ways. So large groups or multi-classes could come together to do presentations or activities, and maybe you're going to take a large portion of the space. They can use the stairs to gather on. The areas underneath the stairs consist of study rooms or breakout rooms. And in addition to trying to provide a variety of space, the furniture in the learning commons is selected carefully and often selected to be largely movable. So furniture can be moved into an area and it be used in a certain way with tables and chairs, and that furniture can be pushed aside and the area can be used to lay projects out on the floor or have gathering space that couldn't happen as effectively with the furniture in place. So again, the goal being that the space is as adaptable and as flexible as possible. So this is, again, an illustration of that same view that you saw. So this is the lower portion with the gathering stair behind. So the gathering stair has a regular stair on the left for climbing up and down, reaching the second floor, and also area of large steps. So this can be used for large groups. It could be used for informal activities. It could be used for multiple small groups of students. And then in the upper level, we're showing this illustrated with a series of tables and seating so that different study activities or different learning activities, maybe a class could be brought in here to work in a different way, or a classroom split with some of them here and some of them in another space. This is again another view of that gathering stair. You see the second floor area in the back of this image. You see the curved arch ceilings, which are existing, being maintained from the pool space. And this is an illustration of the area below the gathering stairs. So you have here a couple of small group rooms or breakout rooms, areas that are acoustically separated so that small groups could go in there and maybe do a quick presentation. Students working in an activity could go in there and present to each other, or a facilitated group could occur there as well. And just an illustration of an example of like an alumni gallery or an alumni wall that might be used for recognition of the history of the school and or the history of the school's alumni as well. So the other question on use for this space that's arisen is whether this space could be used again as a pool space. So there are a number of considerations in that regard. So relative to the pool itself does not satisfy competition requirements in a number of different ways. First, the size and the width does not meet the minimum competition requirements for lane width and usage. Secondly, the depth does not meet the requirements, which would be a minimum of 5 feet for competition. Stairs and access points would have to be changed, and a number of other improvements. There are egress considerations with the amount of space that's on the deck that surrounds the pool. So all of these things were obviously designed to the standards of the day, but those standards have changed over time. And so that presents a challenge for a competition pool or a pool that could be used for interscholastic activities within that existing space. The space itself is essentially landlocked. It's in the center of the school, so the expansion of it would be very complicated and very difficult, and would have a severe impact and a significant cost because of what might have to be done if it was to be expanded. It would also impact adjacent space and other activities. In addition, for the restoration of the pool, a broad range of mechanical improvements would have to be made. So pools are designed with mechanical systems that manage the temperature and humidity in the space, obviously, but also those systems are now being designed to evacuate chloramines, what that is created by the chlorine in the pool, in a different way than pools designed in past years have been. So those systems would have to be designed to take that into consideration as well. So even if the pool was to be restored for just general use, there would be some questions that would have to be investigated. As I indicated, our understanding from the district previously was that there was concern about leaks, so there would have to be some investigation there, make sure that those leaks were not related to any structural considerations, and then obviously those leaks would have to be repaired to the degree that they are verified and found there, and those impacts would have to be assessed in terms of cost. But would not be suitable for competition, but that would be, reuse as a pool would be more as a recreational or as perhaps a physical education type of activity. In terms of, give you a little bit of a cost comparison, and sitting here I realize that the numbers are a little difficult for the audience to see, so I'll help you out. So the top set of figures relates to the money that is currently within the budget for the commons and the various improvements. So this includes the infill and demolition of the pool, the commons area, the gathering stair, the multi-level space, the various support spaces, the guidance suite renovations, basically everything I walked you through in those illustrations, including the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing improvements in the space. So That currently has a budget, including contingency, of about $3.5 million. That's within the current project. In terms of the restoration of the pool, we developed an estimate as to what that might involve as well. So again, keeping in mind this is not competition, but would be considering recreational use. It also does not consider the expansion of the space, so it considers a pool within that existing structure that is there. So reconstruction of the pool shell and body, updates for code, egress, pool filtration systems, obviously mechanical and HVAC systems, about $3.6 million, and then renovation and improvement of the various locker rooms, bathrooms, and the mechanical systems associated with those brings the total estimate for that up to a little bit over $8 million. So the current budget is about 3.5 that's in the current project, but switching over to a pool would have a higher budget impact. Our estimate, and this is not based on a full design, this is an estimate based on what we discussed with the district, as a possibility, would be about $8 million as an estimate.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Downey. Well, now, like I said, I broke out the randomizer. Just let me know as you're going if your question is directed to the architect or the administration. We'll do one question per board member for the first round, and if there are additional questions, we will come back. So first, we'll start with board member Siders, and then board member Wright.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. The one question I have is around the guidance space, and I'm not sure if that's even a question for Mr. Burnside or Dr. Taylor, but just to get an understanding of, does that mean that the entire guidance department will be moving into that space and we will be able to repurpose where guidance is currently located? It looked like there was at least, I think, 10 offices, and I believe we have 10 guidance counselors.
Yeah, that is my understanding, is that that would serve as the guidance space. Yes, it includes offices and meeting rooms and support space.
Thank you. Board member Wright, and then board member Telford.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Board member Telford, followed by board member Bergen.
I guess looking at the restoration, how many methods are available for pool restoration, and why choose a particular method over another? Because just based on the estimate, are the costs going to change, or is it based on just doing restoration, there's going to be a certain cost?
So our cost estimate is based on the assumption that the pool as it exists would have to be removed and reconstructed. You know, some extensive study could be done and found that, you know, maybe something short of that could be implemented, you know, relative to the structure itself and its performance as a pool. However, we made that assumption because the current pool doesn't satisfy the requirements for competition, as I indicated, but also in some ways doesn't satisfy use requirements. So you have the apron space, you have the stairs that access into the pool. There would be improvements related to mechanical and drainage systems that are likely needed. So that was an assumption on our part, and it is possible that alternative options might exist. But as I indicated, we haven't done a full design exercise to vet those out. So that would be, if the district decided to move in that direction, that would be the first part of the process, as well as getting the pool looked at in detail and a more detailed design of how the systems might function in that space and so forth.
Thank you. Board member Bergen, followed by board member Wakefield.
Thank you. I want to say to the district, I really appreciated the opportunity to tour the space and see the locker rooms and how everything sort of fit together there. And I just wanted to see if you could clarify, there's more than one set of locker rooms in the building. That, and it seems to me that the Commons proposal includes the space that is the pool locker rooms that are also referenced in your cost comparison. And so I just wanted to see if we could confirm that and confirm that the difference between the Commons cost estimate and the pool cost estimate, even though if you just look at the pool line, it's very similar, but the difference is actually between the 8 million and the 3 million, not between the 3.5 and the 3.5. So I think it's more of like a 4.5 million difference between the two plans. If you could sort of walk us through how that works with the various locker rooms.
Sure. So yes, you do have multiple locker spaces within the building. Our assumption here is that if that was restored as a pool, you would want locker space adjacent to the pool. Showers, bathrooms, support facilities related to the pool use, and that's why we assume those locker rooms would be upgraded. You are accurate in that the comparison I would make would be the comparison between the current cost, which is the 3.5, and the estimate of approximately 8 for the pool. So the difference there would be the additional cost.
Thank you.
Board Member Wingfield, and then Board Member Valamani.
Thank you for your presentation. I agree with Board Member Bergen that it was really helpful for me to spend time touring the space, and even more than that, getting to hear directly from Principal Sanchez. And I really appreciated the time that he took to meet with us and really share his vision as a school leader for the space, how he thinks it would improve the educational experience of students, and the ways in which it would enhance building use in other parts of the space not being spoken about this evening. One of the questions I had was because the proposal for what we're calling the Commons is very heavily reliant on a specific type of really flexible furniture. I noticed that the cost for that wasn't included in the proposal, and I'm curious if somebody from the district can share with us the estimates for what that will cost in order to make the proposed space sort of function as intended.
So, okay, I was going to say, you are correct. I didn't specifically itemize furniture in the estimates that you see there. All the project's budgets have soft cost allocations associated with furniture, so that's where the furniture costs would be. I did not break out a specific number relative to this specific space itself, however.
To piggyback off of that, the way we've been moving forward with our elementary schools is we're in the process of getting the principals and the teachers involved so they can help in the decision-making process of picking out new furniture.
Thank you, Board Member Valamani, and then Board Member Malaspina.
I have a question about the HVAC system. How is the HVAC system chosen? Is it by square footage or is it by the size of the system? And secondly, what would the cost of the lockers be without the HVAC system?
So on the cost estimate there, we separated out the HVAC improvements, mechanical system improvements, if you will. So the guidance area, the learning commons area, including the guidance space, the mechanical part of the budget is approximately $600,000. Now, the HVAC improvements for the pool are similar, plus the locker rooms would add about another $700,000. So there's about $1.3 million there for the pool and locker rooms combined. Those estimates are for the pool and the locker room scenario are based on square footage. The estimate for the learning commons is a little more specific, takes into consideration the types of systems that are designed for that area because it's effectively designed and being documented as we speak.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina, and then Board Member Whitletter.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, and I also got to tour the pool, but I did not sadly get to hear Mr. Sanchez talk. But I guess I'm not sure exactly who this question goes to, so whoever wants to answer it. What would be the impact of any pool construction that's not just demo to the existing plans that we have now in terms of timing, both in the best case and the worst case scenarios, including state approvals, having to go back out to the Board of School Estimates, etc. Because we wanted, the timeline we just heard was August that we would be going out for bid.
So the high school project is getting close to completion with the Learning Commons incorporated. There would be an impact on schedule for several reasons. One, there would have to be a redesign and a re-engineering effort relative to switching over to the pool being used. That would probably encompass, I would estimate, 3 to 4 months. A new Department of Education submission would have to be made because the Learning Commons is educational space, and it was educational space that was previously approved by the department when they issued their approvals. So we would have to go back to them to revise those approvals. So the Department of Education timeline is a bit of a guess. Right now, they tend to be running a little slower than usual. So I'm guessing that would be a possibly 3.5 to 4 month process. So I would give you an estimate of, say, 8 to 9 months in terms of a time impact to revisit, redesign, reapprove. The Board of School Estimate process would fall kind of within and on top of that, I think within that timeline.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you for the presentation this evening. Just one question from me. Do you have any idea, and this might not be in your wheelhouse, but what the annual ongoing maintenance cost would be to service a pool?
So you are correct, not directly within my wheelhouse. That is not a number I have readily available. We don't often see the operational numbers that clients have. So I can reach out and I can try to get you guys an estimate that you could work with, but it's not a number I have currently available.
Okay, no worries. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
And I know Mr. Burnside was reaching out to some contacts that he has as well to get some information related to that. So we'll hear from one of them shortly. Thank you.
Sorry. I was
Board
wondering
Member.
if there was a chance when you're getting those numbers, you could also include the number of how it would impact our insurance.
Well, actually, that's the answer I do have. Apparently none. So, all right.
So it
hold on.
doesn't
Board Member, hold on. Let's continue in order. When we get to the second round, I'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay, my question is, I think the one that or maybe several of us have thought about as we have looked at this project. When the board originally approved the long-range facilities plan in June 2019, the plan was for that space to originally be classrooms. While I can understand why that may not be thought of as the best idea at this point in time, the board did go out to the community and borrow this money with the intent of putting 7 additional classroom spaces in the high school, 4 through an addition and 3 through the conversion of the pool space. So my question is, and I think it's for the administration, is where are those 3 classrooms going to be now?
Thank you for that. So the original rendering of just 3 classrooms in the pool space, it really appeared just archaic, almost basic with the super tall ceilings in there. I've had the opportunity to work in schools that had an open floor plan in another state, and it was really difficult to manage the noise level with such high elevated ceilings and multiple classes being in the same space. The walls did not reach the top of that space. And so we looked for a more collegiate, more modern, more adaptable opportunity to make this a cross-curricular space. And I think it's really exciting. The architects and their work with the high school team have come back with something that exceeded our expectations that I think are far greater than just 3 additional classrooms.
Also, for Board Member Siders, you asked about the guidance area there. Mr. Sanchez responded rather quickly. He said that we're going to be adding social workers, interns, and administrators to that social workspace, and it's going to be freeing up space and guidance to add CST to the guidance suite, allowing closer collaboration.
Thank you. We'll move on to a second round because I see a couple of hands. We'll start with Board Member Malaspina and then Board Member Telesford.
So like, I just don't, you said that, this isn't really my question, but I want to clarify what you said, Thayer, which is that it wouldn't impact insurance premiums? Is that what you know to be true?
That is correct. I did confirm with our insurance broker that our liability insurance will not be impacted.
Okay, great. So my other question is one, I really like the new pool design. I think it's really great. I love all the features. But my question is about compliance in terms of disabilities related to the stairs. How do we deal with that?
So the area would be accessible on both levels, including the ability for the gathering stair space to accommodate wheelchair or accessible use at both the upper and the lower level. There is not an elevator within the space, but the elevator in the school would have to be used. Both levels of the space are accessible from each floor that they connect to.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Telesford.
So assuming that we go forward with the Commons plan, would there be any work that is done on the existing locker rooms that are there? Because there's going to be some partial demolition on them. Are they going to be just left as is, or is there going to be some sort of renovation of them?
So those, the existing locker rooms around the pool are the areas that are being converted for guidance and additional study activity and small group space. They were shown in the original plan, the floor plan that I pulled up. So pretty much all of that locker space is being renovated for those uses, including mechanical systems.
I guess I'm talking about the entire, I guess there's like a U shape of locker room space. To the, I think you could say to the right, there's like the girls' locker room. Is that space going to be just left as is? And then the other side would just be the renovated space. I was just checking to confirm that.
What's currently known as the girls' locker room to the left of the pool space on the plan, is that what you're referring to?
Board members, Dr. Telesford, are you
Yes,
referring to the shower room?
No, I'm referring to the opposite side of the guidance.
The opposite, right. I think that was where the showers were.
There are
And
some
yes,
showers
I
here, but
didn't
they're
see
primary.
them. That was going to be my question as well, because I didn't see them on the plan.
So they're the primary girls' locker room, and there are some showers in there.
No, I don't believe that area is being renovated. It's not part of what we consider relative to the numbers you see here and the renovation images that I showed.
Thank you. Let me ask a question just on something you just described about the difference between, you said about going back out to bid. You talked about the DOE approved educational space. So is that to say that the pool is considered a recreational space and would be subject to a different approval? Does that apply to, I guess, what we've done at Underhill and Ritter? Were those considered recreation spaces when the plan was approved?
So the DOE would view it as just general use educational space, even if it was for recreational use. The assumption is that it would also serve, physical education and so forth in the school, and the department would review it accordingly, similar to a field. Yes.
Thank you. Board Member Siders, did you have a question?
No, I did not. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the board for Mr. Downey? All right. Thank you very much, sir. You are just, Dr. Sales away. I thought you had a question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and that concludes our presentations for this evening.
All right, it's now time for the President's Report. First, for those watching at home and those here with us this evening, I just want to offer a warm welcome to Francis Fevers, Esquire of Cleary Jacoby, who along with Matt Jacoby were appointed as the board's new general counsel earlier this year. So welcome. All right, why don't we just get right in. They say in baseball, the number 2 hitter is the best now, I know, for those watching the home run derby. So the most important thing goes second. Used to be third when we were growing up. All right. Earlier this month, the district issued notices to 115 families representing 127 students who previously received courtesy transportation that they no longer would be provided due to a change in board policy and the expired courtesy transportation resolution. As many know, courtesy transportation was provided to families that were either assigned to the Marshall Delia Bolden pairing or opted into Southport and that resided more than 1 mile but less than 2 miles from their enrolled school. So let me walk everyone through how we got here today. In April 2021, the board unanimously passed the change to the Student Transportation Policy 8600, as well as the resolution extending courtesy transportation for the 21-22 school year. In advance of the adoption of the policy and subsequent resolution, I reached out to then the Maplewood Mayor at the time and South Orange Village President to discuss the impact of the upcoming policy changes. Specifically, the policy calls for elimination of courtesy transportation for students more than 1 mile from their school, which was in line with the district's intentional integration initiative policy. The policy language for providing transportation for routes that are deemed hazardous was not changed since state law addresses what factors are used to determine when a route is hazardous. Both municipalities agreed that municipal engineers and traffic bureaus of the respective towns were best equipped to undertake that analysis. After review, it was determined that there were no additional hazardous routes created by the changes to the transportation policy. And that was the start of multiple conversations between representatives of the board, district, Maplewood Township Committee, South Orange Board of Trustees, local police departments, and municipal engineers. Any assertion that these conversations have not occurred is incorrect. The designation of hazardous routes was visited again earlier this year in anticipation of new walking routes created by the implementation of the student assignment algorithm for rising 6th graders at our middle schools. Our understanding is that the designation of hazardous routes is status quo at this time. Also status quo is everyone who lives on a route deemed hazardous by the towns will get transportation as outlined in the policy. Another aspect of planning for hazardous routes is the assignment of crossing guards at key intersections along walking routes. We've been informed by both townships that those positions are harder to fill right now, but they are continuing to work diligently to do so. We recognize that that is likely due to the pandemic and current economic conditions. That said, the board is receptive to the feedback we have received from some of the community asking us to reconsider the current student transportation policy. I suspect many of you waiting for public speaks are here to offer additional feedback. We have asked the administration to provide analysis for what can be achieved for the upcoming school year, and the policy committee will work with the FFT committee on potential revisions to the student transportation policy for future years based on the results of the analysis. The board expects the district to have that analysis and share with us later this week. While anything that the district can offer this year in the short-term response to transportation needs may not address all the concerns raised by families, we will work with the district to explore longer-term, more comprehensive plans. It is incumbent upon us as a board to remain focused on our long-term objectives and goals while allowing the district to plan for future expenditures in a proactive rather than reactive manner. A few minutes ago, the board reviewed or received plans for the future of the CHS pool space. When the long-range facilities plan was originally approved by the Board of Education in June 2019, the plan was to turn the pool into additional classroom space and reduce the size of the planned addition to the building. When the plans were changed to renovate the pool into a common space, the fundamental question the board had was, what happened to the 3 classrooms that were designed for that space? Our understanding from visits to the building for tours is that the use of the flexible design space will free up classrooms that are normally used for small group instruction to be used for regular classes. In short, once again, we had asked the community, we borrowed money for 7 classrooms, and so we needed to deliver 7 classrooms or explain why they are no longer necessary. We have heard the rationale from administration as to how the district plans to get those additional classrooms with the use of the common space. I recognize there is a segment of our community who believes the board is destroying the pool by moving forward with these plans. The plan to reimagine the pool has been over 3 years in the making, again, when the board first approved the long-range facilities plan. The pool was closed 3 years before that, in 2016, after being deemed unsafe. If anything, the pool was destroyed by the lack of investment years before any of the current decision-makers arrived in the district. I suspect several of us, in our capacity as private citizens, would be on board with examining ways that towns could work with public, nonprofits, and private institutions to construct a new indoor pool facility in the Soma community. But as stewards of taxpayer money, trying to continue with the space as a pool at this time is not financially prudent. An additional point of clarification, the district cannot choose between the pool and the commons. The long-range facilities plan approved by the New Jersey Department of Education does not contain plans to renovate the pool. As we just heard from our architects, going that route will require us to modify the existing plans, which could hold up, or I guess at this point would hold up additional CHS reservations. We look forward to approving bids for this project and other secondary school projects, and we will discuss this as a potential goal during our upcoming goal-setting board retreat, August 1st. I'd like to offer an official congratulations to Noah Moros and Vanessa Prevalon, who were re-elected to their respective student representative positions on the board for the 2022-2023 school year. This time, wish a happy birthday to board member Malspina, who also celebrated a birthday earlier in the month of July. The board will be forming 2 new ad hoc committees, Special Services and Data and Technology, in the coming weeks. A resolution will be presented for consideration and adoption during one of our upcoming board retreats. Next, thank you to all of the board members who completed the board self-evaluation. We will be reviewing the results with our NJSBA rep this Thursday at 6:30. And again, I'll ask, as I've asked before, for everyone to make their best efforts to attend in person, while I recognize that some of us are away on vacation. And lastly, I'd like to announce an upcoming change to the format of our meetings. Starting with our August general meeting on Thursday, August 25th, the Board of Education will open in public session at 6:30 here in the district meeting room, as well as using an online video conference format. Immediately after roll call, the board will adjourn to closed session to discuss items related to negotiations, litigation, and other matters covered by the provisions provided in the Open Public Meetings Act. We anticipate returning to public session for future meetings at 7:30 p.m. And that concludes the president's report. We have no student representative report this month as they are enjoying a well-deserved summer. So next up is public speaks.
Can I just state something for the record, just to make sure it's clear?
Board Member Malspina, that we're trying to stay focused on the agenda. Thank you.
No, but it's about my conflict related to the busing.
Yes, so I can add to that. Yes, let me add to that. In April 2021, there was no conflict determined because we were waiting for the results of the advisory opinion from the School Ethics Commission. When the board voted in April 19th, 2021, we had not heard the result yet, and the board again voted 9-0 to pass the courtesy transportation resolution, as well as policy A600, the student transportation policy. We subsequently heard from the School Ethics Commission advisory opinion on April 27th regarding the results of the letter that was the advisory opinion request that was sent. And then the board discussed how to handle the determination that there would be a potential conflict during our May 3rd, 2021 closed session.
So basically, I'm conflicted moving forward with busing or intentional integration, so I will not be commenting. I cannot comment or do not vote on anything related to it. Just thought the public should understand. Thank you.
We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates known as public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but not a time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and town of residence for your record. We'll set the time limit to 2 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. Finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. Our first in-person public speaks is from Allison Quillen. There's a button that looks like somebody's talking. Hit that and the mic light will turn red.
Perfect.
There you go. You
Hi.
have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thanks so much. I'm Allison Quillen. I am a Maplewood resident. I have a child who just finished 3 years at Marshall. He was bused all 3 years. It was an easy, seamless, and safe process. I now have a rising kindergartner, 5-year-old girl, who is expected to walk 1.74 miles across Valley, across South Orange Avenue. It would take her approximately an hour and a half in each direction if she were to walk. I know it's designated as a walking route. I went to the Department of Transportation and was informed that there is no hazard on this route. It's not a hazardous route at all. She's not comfortable crossing Kendall Avenue where we live, which is a quiet and safe street, nor am I comfortable having her cross the street. I cannot begin to imagine how a 5-year-old girl is supposed to leave the house at 7 o'clock in the morning or earlier and walk 1.74 miles to her first day of kindergarten. She'd be terrified, lost, confused. It would be unsafe for her to cross the street. The alternative is for me to drive her. For me to take her to an 8:45 drop-off, almost 2 miles away, would get me back home at 9 a.m. if I'm lucky. The earliest commuter rail I could catch would be a 9:37 train, which gets me into the city with a connection at 10:25 and to my office close to 11 in the morning. That's not an option. I cannot arrive at work at 11 o'clock in the morning and keep the job I have that allows me the opportunity to pay the property taxes in this town. The before care is full. As you guys know, there's a waiting list for the before care. It's in very high demand for good reason. And there is no one willing to work 1 hour in the morning to drive my daughter to school, nor should they. And I don't have money allotted in my budget to pay someone to drive my child when a bus should be offered. We fully support the integration. We support the school district. We just want the transportation we need to get my daughter to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Rebecca Crecky.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Crecky, and I am a resident of South Orange. I have a rising 5th grader at Delia Bolden, and we are 1.9 miles from the school. Something that I'm a full supporter of the integrated integration plan, integration plan. I think it's fantastic, and we could not be more supportive of it. And I hear that the transportation that's been standard for as long as I've been in town for nearly 20 years, the transportation has been standard, is now being taken away with no direct connection to how that connects to the integration project or to any specific benefit that we, the public, the school district, the towns, what benefit will they receive from the removal of this standard busing for the paired Marshall Bolden and Seth Boyden population? We've heard the rationale, the state only makes us do, you only have to do it if it's over 2 miles. The statute in the state clearly says that districts can make their own decisions, which we have done for years prior. So I implore the board, as you reconsider this transportation plan, to please explain what is gained by anyone for eliminating the busing for people who live more than a mile from school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Christopher Crecky.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Crecky. I'm a resident of South Orange. My wife and I have been residents of the district since 2003. We have children that have been within the district for 9 years. We have a rising ninth grader who has benefited from the busing for the Bolden Marshall School District. The closest school to us is Marshall. Jefferson is 1.9 miles away from us. We have a rising fourth grader who would have to walk 1.9 miles across South Orange Avenue and many other dangerous intersections. I do not think the board has considered the safety issue appropriately, and I think that they really need to give more consideration to that. In addition, the transportation request forms were due on June 22nd. We got, by the way, we submitted ours on time. Clearly, the district needed time to manage the transportation program. We did not get notice about this change in the transportation policy until July 5th. That gives us 2 months to plan. My wife and I both work full-time. Our offices are in New York City. We commute. We do not have the ability, similar to what Allison discussed earlier, to spend half the morning and half the afternoon picking up our child and taking them to and from school. Busing has been a implicit understanding for us from the start. We are involved in the community. I've been on the board, the Transportation Committee in South Orange, as well as the Montrose Board. We pay attention to what's going on. We're fully supportive of the integration plan, but we really think that the board needs to reconsider this policy change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Terry Berg.
Hi, I'm Terry Berg. I live in South Orange. I have a 8-year-old who is a rising third grader at Jefferson. I also have a rising freshman at Columbia, who the 8-year-old will now have to walk further than my 14-year-old daughter to school. He will have to cross South Orange Ave. He'll have to walk along Valley, as that is the 1.9-mile route that has been designated as a safe route, carrying a Chromebook backpack, having absolutely no idea where he's going because he's 8 and he's going to get distracted. I think that Google says that it will take 46 minutes for an adult to walk. So like Allison, we're looking at well over an hour for him to travel one way to school. And I am petrified of what's going to happen to him if he has to do this. So I'm asking the board to please reconsider that we put it back down to a mile or whatever is better than 2, because for my son to walk 2 miles to school scares me to death. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Jonah Berg.
Hello, I'm Jonah Berg. I live in South Orange. As stated by the person with the same last name as me, we have an 8-year-old who's going to have to walk quite a bit of distance to school and also quite a bit of distance back home from school, meaning that, you know, I've had a commute into the city that has taken 2 hours each way. My son's commute will basically be the exact same thing to go to his local elementary school, which it's silly, but also very unsafe. It's hard for me to come up with anything new to say beyond what's already been said regarding the potential hazards along the route, even though they've been deemed safe. So I will save everybody another minute 20 or so and just say, please reconsider this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Gregory Mortensen.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Mortensen. I've been a Maplewood resident for about 5 years. My introduction to the Soma School District began about a year ago. That's when we enrolled our son to begin kindergarten in the fall of 2021, and he was assigned to Clinton Elementary all the way across town. That's when our busing application was wrongfully denied, even though we showed we were over 2 miles. And that is when our request for a transfer was callously disregarded and not given any serious consideration, even though we showed it would cause a hardship for our family. From day one, my family has been treated as obstacles, not as community members. Not once has Dr. Taylor or the board attempted to have a good faith conversation with me to find a workable solution. As the board is no doubt aware, its refusal to provide a bus for my family and its refusal to seriously consider a transfer request is now the subject of a pending lawsuit in the administrative law courts. And as the board is also no doubt aware, the board continues to drag its feet on providing me with the information and documents that I've requested as part of that lawsuit. When I filed that lawsuit in March of this year, I thought I was alone. I thought I was the only one that had been negatively impacted by the board's transportation policy with respect to its, so far, in my opinion, disastrous rollout of the intentional integration initiative. And that's why I'm here tonight, because I am both dismayed and also heartened to see so many other community members here that are speaking up about how poorly the district is going about this important work of the intentional integration initiative. And I fully support the proposals that have been set forth so far, including providing a bus for anyone that's over 1 mile instead of 2, allowing for courtesy busing for anyone who wants a bus can get one for a nominal fee, and many other solutions that I think the board should be working on without haste. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Jeffrey Bennett.
Jeffrey Bennett. I have 2 kids, 2 different elementary schools, 5 miles of driving, 1 hour of driving just for the public schoolers, and an hour lost every morning. I'm presenting here tonight a petition signed by almost 200 people calling for the BOE to conduct a survey of families whose kids are already going through the IIP. This is necessary because the BOE and Superintendent Taylor have forgotten that the parents of this district are humans with work problems and flexible bosses, other kids with needs, and financial, time, and vehicular limitations. When you presented your year 1 you gave distance.
We'll take care of it at the end. We'll give you time.
Thank you. You gave distance traveled broken down by demographic group. You revealed, as predicted, that low SES kids were traveling the farthest, but it contained nothing that showed you even knew about, let alone cared about, those in hardship. Success of the IIP must be measured comprehensively, not simply that demographically sorting kindergartners produces demographically sorted kindergartens. Since you hadn't conducted the experience survey that your own policy 5110 called for, you have no info at all about how people have adapted to or struggled with distance. You have no idea how many kids are walking, carpooling, or driven by a parent. You do not know how many kids are watched by a non-driving adult and for whom a distant but sub 2.0 mile school assignment or cancellation of courtesy busing is a crisis. How many people need early care who wouldn't have needed it if their kid was at a closer school? You do not know how lottery losers feel about spending an additional $350 a year on gas, while winners of the placement lottery have no equivalent additional expense. You do not know because you didn't do a common sense survey that any other organization would do, and which you at one point had called for. The BOE and Super have failed to see how distance affects people at an individual level. Burden and sacrifice are not carried by anyone's diversity tier. They're carried by the individual parent that transports a child to school, usually the mom. You, in your presentations about the IIP, have said the difficulty of the IIP is that it produces angst and anxiety, and not that it actually produces hardship. And if anyone is even more out of touch than you, it's Michael Alves. I'm with everyone here who has said that the IIP needs transportation support, either a bus for those who can use it or cash for those who can't. Find the money or ask the BOSE for an additional tax levy. I also believe we should copy Berkeley in a whole way and have controlled choice and not just control, so that no family is placed at the school that is the most
Thank you,
logistically
Mr. Bennett. Your
difficult for
time is
them.
up.
Okay.
Our next public speaker is from Monica Burnett.
Hello, Monica Burnett. I'm a resident of South Orange. I have a rising fourth grader and a rising sixth grader. So very similar to the families that have already spoken, we're also very sad and disappointed to hear the busing option for current enrolled students in the district has changed. July 5th was the first notification we received that our son, who is a 9-year-old and a rising fourth grader, would no longer be eligible for bus transportation to Bolden. Our family has been busing to Bolden for the last 4 years. The intention of the integration plan is to ensure all of our students have access to an equitable learning experience. Access to safe and adequate transportation is a large part of student success. I have 3 points I want to make. The first is that my son is, we are zoned to be 1.93 miles away from Bolden, and my son is to walk and cross Scotland Road, South Orange Avenue, Valley Street, and Jefferson Avenue. Several of these roads, as you know, do not have any crossing guards. This walk would also take place during busy rush hour traffic as well as inclement weather. Second, it is unreasonable to assume that every SOMA student has access to a ride from a parent or caretaker twice a day for the entire school year. Several aftercare programs, including the YMCA, are suffering staffing shortages, and many of them are already full. Third, we really want to make sure that the BOE is looking at alternatives. Many of the parents already talked about alternate busing options, or families who live within a few blocks of a zoned bus stop could walk to a nearby one for transportation. We respectfully request a redecision of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Josh Posner.
Sorry. Am I on now? Good, okay. My name is Josh Posner. I live in Maplewood. I have a rising first grader who attends South Mountain Annex. I was bused in 1988 from the Jefferson area to the Marshall area. I don't want to focus on my personal circumstances because I'm happy today, but it's worth getting into because they're examples of what's fundamentally broken about the III program. Despite the fact that every other student on our block went to Marshall School last year, our daughter was placed at South Mountain Annex. We were told we would not be receiving a bus because we were within 2 miles of the South Mountain Big School. Now, that doesn't make any sense. We fought hard and we wrote countless letters to get our daughter a bus. They gave us a bus that picked up my 5-year-old daughter at 6:57 a.m. and she rode around town for an hour. Now, this is an absurd outcome considering 8 other students got picked up from a bus in front of our house. Now, you fast forward a year and I see what's happened to my neighbors. 2 doors down is a rising kindergartner who is zoned for Tuscan, offered no bus. Across the street from me is a student who had a bus to Marshall, but now is taken away even though he lives 1.93 miles away. You have 3 little kids within 5 houses placed on 3 different schools. None of the schools are walkable for young children. Some have received buses, others haven't. Neighbors attending the same school should not be a luxury. Neighbors who attend school together form lifelong bonds, and most importantly, the parents can work together to help get their kids to and from school when they've been placed in a unworkable situations, which we've created here. I came and spoke here last year because I had questions about the III and the methodology being used to assign the students to schools. Every request I have has just been flatly denied, referenced to a website, or told to look at an algorithm. Well, you can't just hide behind this algorithm. When you rolled out this program, you were very clear that the algorithm needs to be tested, and the results of, if they create something harmful to the children or impractical, need to be fixed. This haphazard assignment of kids on one block, it's not beneficial to anybody in the
Mr.
neighborhood.
Pazzo, your time is
No,
up.
hold on, give me one more minute. You
Thank you,
took
Mr.
an
Pazzo,
hour
his
for my
time is
daughter
up.
each morning. Just give me 1 minute. I got one more
Thank you,
thing to
Mr.
say.
Pazzo, your time is up. As I stated this morning, I cannot allow one individual to share their views over another individual.
Then let
There
everybody.
is a second public speaks afterwards where you can come and have 2 more minutes.
I can come back for the
Thank
second
you.
one. You let me speak?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'll
You'll
speak
have 2 more minutes. Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Andrew Flack. Sorry. Our next public speaks is from Andrew Flack.
Good evening. My name's Andrew Flack. My family lives in Maplewood. We have 3 children, the oldest of whom, Patrick, is 7 and a rising second grader at Marshall. Patrick was provided with bus service for kindergarten and first grade, but we were informed by the district via email on July 5th, as a lot of others here were, that we would no longer receive busing as our home was determined to be 1.93 miles from school. We were never informed during the prior 2 years that our busing was being provided under a courtesy program, nor were we informed of the district's calculation of our distance to school, which we understood to exceed 2 miles based on Google Maps. We live at the intersection of Woodland Road and Jefferson Avenue. For those who know, an extremely dangerous intersection with cars traveling in both directions, no crosswalk, no crossing guards. Based on the map provided by the transportation director, our 7-year-old son would have to cross this road twice a day before continuing his nearly 2-mile journey to Marshall, which also involves going on Valley Street and crossing South Orange Avenue. This route is not only unrealistic for a 7-year-old, but also extremely dangerous, and we will now be forced to drive him every day. I'm not going to repeat things that a lot of my peers have already said. I'll respect everyone's time, but I do appreciate the board president's statement that you're looking into this. I would appreciate more information on the consultation that occurred with the municipal leaders. I think that's very important. I contacted the mayor of Maplewood, who informed me that he was not aware of any such consultation. So clearing the air and putting that out there for everyone to see, I think is very important. Lastly, I know you've been given a petition. There's another petition circulating that has over 1,000 signatures now. I would ask that when you're considering these issues in your report, that you consider what's been listed in that petition and look at the number of people that have signed it as an indication of how big of a problem this is and how easily it could be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Jennifer Warren.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Warren, and I live in Maplewood, just around the corner from here. And I have 2 young children, both at Seth Boyden. I was able to opt my older one into it just before the IIP began, and we are so happy there. We've received courtesy busing for the past 2 years, or year and a half. And as everyone else has stated, we just found out it's going away. So I'm here to request that you please reconsider that, as well as most of the people here. One of several reasons we opted into Seth Boyden was knowing that we would receive courtesy busing. My husband and I both work in New York City. I'm a public school teacher. I leave for work at 5:45 in the morning. And so we do have childcare, but she's disabled. She's not going to be able to park and navigate the Seth Boyden drop-off. I don't know if you have personally been to Seth Boyden during the drop-off or pickup hours, but it is extremely chaotic and unsafe. They won't allow cars to park on Jacoby Street anymore, which is behind Seth Boyden, so that takes away a whole lot of parking spots that would otherwise be a pretty safe place to drop off kids behind our building. And, you know, I know that several people have spoken at BOE meetings about near misses while walking to Seth Boyden, crossing Springfield Avenue at Tuscan. And I mean, if you've ever driven there crossing Springfield at Boyden as well, it's extremely unsafe. Every student at Boyden who's over 1 mile absolutely should be bused. And I think in considering the IIP, that's what should happen at all the other schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Sarah Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Connolly. I'm a South Orange resident. On July 5th, my family was notified that my 10-year-old son, who's a rising fifth grader at Bolden, would no longer be receiving transportation to school. We live approximately 1.91 miles from from Bolden, per the district's calculation. The July 6th, the day after I received notification, I went in and met with Tammy Talmadge, the transportation supervisor. And while I was waiting for her in her office, her assistant said to me, "This has been discussed in board meetings. How did you miss it? Where have you been?" And that comment really stuck with me because I didn't know how I had missed it. I had no idea. So I went home and I asked some friends. I did some research. I pulled up the Board of Ed minutes. And I saw that this was discussed in March and April of 2021. And again, I said, how did I miss this? Of course, we were in the middle of remote learning, trying to make sure our kids were surviving both emotionally, academically. So I started to think, well, if the district knew about this since April of 2021, which is 15 months ago, right? Or stated another way, 446 days ago. Why did it take that long for the district to notify us? Why did it take that long for the district to notify all of the families at Marshall and Bolden that we would be no longer receiving busing services to these schools? Why did it take that long for the district to notify the community that this busing policy had shifted so much? During those days, the Board of Ed could have done any number of the following things in preparation for the implementation of this transportation policy. They could have conducted traffic studies to make sure that it was doable to have all of these young children walking on these streets. They could have, the district could have, this Board of Education could have.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Your
Coordinated
time is
with
up.
Maplewood and South Orange townships.
Thank you, Sarah Connolly. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Pamela Lum.
Hello, thank you. Because of all the stuff that's come up around bus transportation, which I'm personally affected by, but wanted to understand more about, as Sarah Connolly just mentioned, it's been a couple years with lots of other things to focus on and be concerned about, and I felt like I wasn't really in a position to understand why the decision may have been made without doing a little more, background research. And so today I read the year one recap report on the implementation of the new kindergarten assignment algorithm, the report that was prepared by Michael Alves and Nancy McArdle. And because I support the goals of the integration initiative, I was actually heartened to read that the first year assessment shows that the assignment algorithm was effective in meeting the goals of promoting both socioeconomic and racial integration. Year one seems to show success in that, and I think that's important to note. But I just want to read quickly from a paragraph from page 7 in the report, which says, ideally, school integration can be achieved with as little burden as possible on students, particularly the most disadvantaged. One aspect of burden is distance traveled to school, although this can be mitigated through the provision of bus transportation. Unfortunately, due to residential segregation, achieving school integration will almost always mean that not all students can attend their nearest neighborhood schools. And indeed, the report goes on to show that, at least looking at this year one cohort, 70% of students living in medium and high SES tier neighborhoods, higher income neighborhoods, 70% attended at their nearest school, compared with 46%
Thank you,
of.
Pavlov. The time is up.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Jesse Graham.
Hi, thank you. I support the parents who are here tonight to talk about the busing, and I'm so glad that so many parents are speaking out about that now. I actually am here to talk about the pool. You know, I'm so glad that you're hearing us on both issues, that you're opening this up and you seem to be listening. On the pool issue, I don't know, it sounded like it was sort of a done deal tonight. I don't know where you are with it. I really hope that this has opened up a conversation about what it means and why we need this kind of access to swim education, and that it is swim education. It's not a thing that's nice to have. Clearly, our district has so many needs, and you know, the basic needs of working parents, especially addressing the needs of, I think, the parents that aren't here tonight to talk about the busing issue, right? Or the parents who really have no access, no idea what's going on, who are so busy working so many jobs, you know, whose socioeconomic situation really doesn't allow for this kind of advocacy. And I think the pool is a parallel. There are so many people, you know, who aren't even speaking out about the pool, but who really may never have the time, the money to go to the Maplewood pool, who will not have any access to swim education outside of the school. I'm really proud to be in a community that listens to these arguments, that is thinking about this, and really want my kids who are, I live in Maplewood and my kids are 3 and 6, and I really want them to go to a high school where there would be a swim team that would be, you know, that would show this population and provide not representation, that the representation that we need also in seeing like elite, fabulous swimmers and getting everyone to swim in the community. So it's a public health issue, it's a diversity issue, and it's something that I really hope that we can continue to talk about, even if it's closed in terms of the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Monique Zahari Idrisi. I hope I got that right.
You did, thank you.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hello and good evening. My name is Monique Sajari Idrisi, and I am a new resident of Maplewood. My son is just enrolled in the Soma Public School District, and I was just informed this morning via email that he has been assigned to begin kindergarten at Seth Boyden Elementary, a part of the second-year installation of the Intentional Integration Initiative. So as a newcomer to this community, and as someone who grew up in Teaneck, New Jersey, which is a town who has had a long-standing history of redlining and the negative impacts thereof being ever present to this day, I ask, with 1 school year of this intentional integration program behind you, how have you fared in terms of reaching equity? When I went to the New Jersey Department of Education's website just this morning, I still see that Seth Boyden is not only underperforming overall, but underperforming with huge disparities by race, with the Black student population suffering the most. Furthermore, the demographics of the school, which include more than half of the student population consisting of Black children, is in no way a reflection of the racial composition of either town, South Orange or Maplewood. So again, I ask, while I understand the good intentions of this program, what have you actually delivered in terms of the data? And in regards to the stepping program featured earlier in this session, is it only offered at Seth Boyden? If so, I'd like to understand the value you see in teaching Black culture to a predominantly Black student body. And last but not least, have you considered the ramifications of removing the high school pool and what that would do to the children who would otherwise be learning a valuable survival skill which cannot be alternately accommodated by our public pool due to the exorbitant membership fees? Have you considered those within our community that have lower household income and thereby cannot afford it? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Allison Murphy.
Good evening. My name is Allison Murphy. I'm a South Orange resident and parent to a rising third grader at Seth Boyden, excuse me, and a rising Psalm sixth grader. I'd also like to state that I'm a strong advocate of the intentional integration plan. I was a vice president of the Seth Boyden PTA this past year, and in that role, I attended numerous Maplewood Township public safety meetings this past spring to advocate for increased safety at the several dangerous intersections around Seth Boyden, including one that was left without a crossing guard. Mayor Daffis and the committee are working on possible changes such as moving crosswalks, adding bump outs to curbs, and changing two-way streets into one-way streets in order to keep families safe and accommodate the seemingly increasing chaotic traffic already happening at drop-off and pickup. The end of courtesy busing will mean even more families are competing for space around our school in September. As the integration plan rolls out over the next years, even more additional families will be driving across town and trying to park around schools, which are either on busy town roads or small residential streets. For many, many years, families opted into Seth Boyden because of a commitment to diverse school classrooms, with a belief that the bus was not a courtesy, but a part of the choice for Seth Boyden. I'm here under no illusions tonight that courtesy busing will be restored in September. But I'm here to ask the Board of Ed to begin work now for a busing plan to go along with the intentional integration plan instead of waiting until traffic in town becomes untenable. Sadly, it seems that our district often approaches equity with an attitude of, if we can't find a way to give it to everyone, then no one can have it, rather than finding innovative solutions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. We'll now transition to our online public speaks. And our first public speaks is from Matthew Safer.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear
Yes,
you.
okay. Okay,
You got-
hello.
You have 2
Hi,
minutes.
I was very heartened to see so many people here in person speaking out in favor of revisiting the transportation plan. I must admit, I was one of the few who noticed the change in policy last year. I spoke in front of the board last year in great concern about the potential changes to the transportation policy. It was very hard to find that information. It was very hard to communicate with the board about that. And then it went away for a year, and nothing seemingly happened until 2 weeks ago when everybody was informed. I spoke last year about resources that are available in terms of safe routes to schools and building outreach throughout the community and the importance of that when you're changing transportation. And over the last year, as far as I can tell, the board and the district have done none of that. You've had 14 months since the change of policy to investigate potential issues in terms of safety, in terms of the need for additional crossing guards, crosswalks, safe routes to schools, other options for getting our kids to schools safely. We have spoken with the South Orange Police Department. They are totally unaware of the need for additional crossing guards. I live in the West Montrose neighborhood, and my daughter will go to goes to Bolden School. There's a crossing guard at Ridgewood and South Orange Avenue, but it's meant for the middle school. It will not be there early enough for the students going to Bolden School to get there by the time the school starts. You know, they're totally unaware. They asked why were they the last ones to be informed. This was a direct quote from the police officer at South Orange Police Department who hires the crossing guards, in addition to the general labor shortage. So really, I feel that the board and the district have abdicated their responsibility for their students in the district to get to school safely. I really, this is not best practices. This is worst practices in terms of removing courtesy busing. There are ways to do it. This is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online public speaks is from Dee Dee Safer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Aphrodite Safer, South Orange. Respectfully, how do the actions of this board harm the children's well-being and educational success? Can a board that fails to apply ethical standards evaluate the superintendent on ethics? This board broke Code of Ethics NJSA 18A 1224 1C states, I will confine my board action, policymaking, planning, and appraisal, and I will help frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. April 2021, Susan Bergen appraises Parents Can Plan, frames it's fair to eliminate the busing from Marshall, Jefferson, Boyden, and unethically makes policy by failing to first consult those affected by it. Before April 2021, these students were bused to school in a 1-mile limit. The district failed to tell us we received courtesy busing or the distance between our homes and schools as calculated by their program Versatrans, which measures routes not accessible to the public. We were never consulted on proposed policy. July 5th, 22, those affected by new policy receive an email that their children will no longer receive courtesy busing and that they meant to send it on June 16, 22. I did not know what child in my household they were referring to. July 8th, 22, I write to superintendent and board to voice my concerns. July 11th, 22, superintendent writes me back that they take no joy in enforcing this policy. Will this board take accountability for its failures? Reinstate our busing now. Follow best practices. We will hold you accountable respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online public speaks is from Lillian Harris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Lillian Harris. I'm a resident of South Orange, and my daughters are rising 3rd and 5th graders at Delia Baldwin. I must say that I was very blindsided by your decision to end courtesy busing. There should be an effort to expand it, not reduce it. According to the district, I live 1.9 miles away from the school, and it is completely unreasonable to expect my 2 girls to walk such a long distance with heavy backpacks crossing major streets. It's also disheartening to see that my neighbor's children a few yards away are eligible for busing while mine are not. We are on the same route, so what is the district truly saving? It doesn't make sense to me. I want to add that there's an assumption being made that impacted families can simply drive. There are times when driving is not an option for me, my husband, or my mom when I'm undergoing medical treatment. This decision imposes a huge burden on my family, and apparently it's a huge burden on everyone that has spoken today. Please reconsider your decision and find a solution in time for the fall. Busing is essential. It's not a courtesy for me. And also, I beg you to please speak to impacted families before decisions are made. There was no outreach and no consultation and no alternatives offered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next online public speaks is from Tony Ann Cruz.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Speak a little bit louder.
Okay, hold on, let me start playing. Can you hear me now?
No, try a little bit louder, please.
Is that better?
It's if you yell, it might be okay.
Okay, I'll wake up my children. Tony Ann Cruz, Maplewood resident with a rising 2nd grader at Marshall. I, together with my neighbor, Kara Posner, drafted the school buses for Soma Kids petition. As of this evening, the petition has been signed by over 1,100 concerned residents. I'm not going to spend time reading the petition because I think you've all seen it, and I sincerely thank you for considering it. Instead, I want to explain why I, a parent of a child who is not impacted by the policy, felt so strongly as to get involved here. The answer is simple. I want the integration initiative to succeed, and the removal of courtesy busing exposed cracks in our district's transportation policy that cannot be ignored. This is an equity issue. The report on the results of the first year of the integration initiative was encouraging in many ways, but as my friend Pamela Lum was about to point out, it is clear in the numbers as to who this is impacting. 70% of students in medium and high socioeconomic households are in schools that are nearest to them physically, compared with 46% of low socioeconomic students. Black students especially are less likely than others to be assigned to their nearest schools. This updated policy is a step backwards. It will have an inequitable impact on many SOMA families and will compound existing hardships for vulnerable families. SOMA families deserve more than the bare legal minimum. The district should revise its transportation policy to follow a 1-mile rule. I separately want to voice my support for revisiting the CHS pool decision. I hope you have all had a chance to read the compelling op-ed in yesterday's Star Ledger by Devyani Guha and Dr. Khadijah Costley-White. Having a swim curriculum as part of PE ensures equitable swim access and safe water skills for every student who graduates from our district. This is education. It is curriculum. It is not recreational. I urge you to please review the options and not dismiss restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online public speaker is from Fausia Sheikh.
That community member is not online.
All right, we'll try again later. Our next online public speaker is from Gregory Mortensen.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 2
Thank you.
minutes.
Dr. Taylor and Board of Ed members, as I hope you're aware, and as Tony Ann just mentioned, there's a petition with over 1,000 signatures asking for busing to be provided for students who live under 2 miles from their assigned school. The current policy, which is the bare minimum required by New Jersey, only grants transportation to students living over 2 miles from their assigned school. This is dangerous. We live in 2 towns marked by changes in elevation that make walking difficult no matter your age, where many crosswalks are not monitored and streets lack sidewalks. To ask an elementary school student to walk to and from school over a mile is ridiculous, and as previously mentioned, dangerous. These routes will become even more dangerous as the amount of traffic within both towns increases as residents are forced to drive their children to school. Additionally, in practice, it is impractical. You can't expect a kindergartner to walk 2 miles to school. Surrounding districts, Montclair and Milburn, for example, provide busing for students who live over 1 mile from their assigned school. This can be done as a courtesy or by subscriptions. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Ed, you have asked us to buy into the intentional integration initiative. Children have been taken out of their neighborhood schools for the sake of equity, a move that was met with support and admiration from me. However, the way in which this is being handled is insensitive. School placements should be met with excitement, not fear and panic over the logistical nightmare of getting your child to and from school. I urge you to consider the opinions of the families of South Orange Maplewood and please grant busing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online public speaker is from Devyani Guha.
Can you hear me?
You speak a little bit louder, but yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a South Orange resident and also an urban planner and architect. Throughout my career, I have helped low and moderate income communities realize their visions. In the last 20 years that I have lived here, I have volunteered in many capacities in the school district, supporting a vision for a well-rounded education for all its students, an education that goes beyond academics to grow the whole child. In my professional work, I often work with community groups to capitalize and leverage on assets. The CHS swimming pool is an asset, not a liability. It was bequeathed to us by our forefathers who had a vision for a well-rounded education. It has taught swimming to thousands of children, and it could continue to do so should you decide to save it. I thank you today for having the architect speak and show the public the numbers. However, I am left confused. that by some of the specifics that were stated. I do not understand why the architect mentioned 5 feet wide lanes in a pool. It's a 4-lane pool, and 4-lane pools are used for competition throughout New Jersey. I am a swim mom for many years. My husband was a swim official. So I have that experience. The other question I had about the architect's presentation was HVAC. The HVAC for the changing rooms was more than the HVAC for the pool, and also cost more than the HVAC costs for the entire commons. There's something wrong with those numbers. There's something wrong with 3.6 million for 2 changing rooms. I ask you to revisit those numbers and get more details. As a person who learned to swim at the age of 16 by traveling an hour each way by bus, swim equity is very close to my heart. I know that I'm not alone in having learned swimming at an age that is considered by many to be too late. I know the
Thank
fear,
you,
the
Deputy McGuire. Your
awkwardness.
time is up.
Okay.
Our next public speaks is from James McGregor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is James McGregor. I'm a resident of South Orange. Like many other members of the South Orange Maplewood community, I was surprised and disappointed by the district's July 5th email notifying families of the termination of courtesy busing. While I understand that the underlying policy was developed last year, the first time this was communicated directly to affected families was in the July 5th email, just 2 months before the start of the next school year. The routes that elementary school students are now expected to walk will be long, up to 45 minutes at the speed an adult walks, and they will be hazardous. Young children will now be expected to walk numerous streets with significant high-velocity car traffic. To keep their children safe, many families will be forced to drive them to school. This will create additional traffic at schools like Seth Boyden and Delia Bolden, areas of town which are already crowded and difficult to navigate at school rush hours. It will make traffic worse on major roadways, Springfield Avenue, Boyden Avenue, Parker Avenue, South Orange Avenue, Irvington Avenue, Valley Street, Prospect Street, particularly compounding the existing traffic and safety challenges in the area around Columbia High School as people try and travel cross town, and exacerbating the already dangerous walking routes on and around these streets. It will burden families that cannot work remotely or that have children who need to get to multiple schools in scattered parts of the district. And it will create new environmental costs for our community, with more cars on the road replacing much more efficient and environmentally friendly bus service. Instead of eliminating courtesy busing, the district and board should be thinking creatively. For example, if the reason for eliminating courtesy busing is to save money, the July 5th email did not even raise the idea of a partial solution like paid subscription busing employed by several nearby districts. I appreciated the board president's earlier statements. I implore you as a board to give serious consideration to these issues and rethink this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online public speaks is from Rohan Kramer-Guha. We can hear you. Speak a little bit louder. You have 2
Hi, my name
minutes.
is Rohan Kramer-Guha. I'm a CHS class of 2017 grad and a U Chicago class of 2021 grad. Based on the board of president's update, it appears that the BOE is uninterested in saving a very important part of CHS's legacy, the ability to provide free swimming for all CHS students. As a former CHS swim team captain of a thriving, diverse swim team, I believe this is a gravely mistaken decision. The numbers presented do not seem right and should be revisited. I was going to talk about how great the diverse swim team is. I challenge also the notion that we cannot have competition in the pool. I've taken part in many competitions there and also in other 4-lane pools in different pools around the state. My personal experience as well has really highlighted the importance of water safety. When I was 6, I fell into a dangerous eddy while whitewater rafting with my family. Having had a few swim lessons before this trip, I was confident in my ability to float till I was rescued. This saved my life as struggling against eddies can lead to drowning. Even a few swim lessons can save a life. I know I was privileged to learn how to swim at a young age, a privilege that many of my classmates at Seth Boyden did not have. The CHS pool provided a vital opportunity to them to learn swimming. It allowed one of the most diverse teams in the county to thrive. Let's not throw this away and take this away from future students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Khadijah Costley White. Am I allowed to say congratulations? You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Is it on now? I just want to let you know that the BOE website still says 3 minutes for public speaks, which y'all should probably update because it's misleading and dishonest to the public when they come here. I have stuff to say, and I'm going to say something now, and I'll probably say something at another public speaks. My son, who is autistic, who is African American, who is 5, and I'm hoping makes it to 6, nearly drowned 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so what I want you all to understand is that what you're doing here, even though you're hiding behind bureaucracy, even though you're hiding behind the fact that somebody did this years ago, even though you're hiding behind this pretense that somehow a guidance counselor space is more of a learning space than an actual part of the curriculum where gym teachers came in and taught life-saving skills to children, I want you to understand how horrifying and deeply horrifying it is. I hope my kid makes it to the high school, and I'm hoping that by the time he does, he will know how to swim because I will have been able to afford the $60 lessons that I pay every week, 2 or 3 times a week for him to get one-on-one lessons as an autistic child. The architect came, I just want to say too that we came to you 7 months ago about this. A month later, you all proposed the commons. You delayed dealing with this for 4 months, and now you're saying that considering the very thing the community has asked you for will delay you the same amount of time you've kicked this down the road. How is that community, and how is that coming together? It seems like there would be an HVAC for a landlocked space. Regardless, the use of the pool is a learning space. It's grandfathered for competition. The fact that you guys are pushing ahead to pay an architect who does not know any of these things is problematic, and it's deeply, deeply concerning. And it's weird to me that you don't need approvals for a new space that is not about learning, but you would for another one.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Our next public speaks is from Jordan Muhammad.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Muhammad. I'm a South Orange resident and a Columbia High School graduate from 2020. Before coming to Columbia, I had a brother who was 2 years older than me. He had taken swim lessons back when the pool was still functional at Columbia. And it's not necessarily something that everyone looked forward to. I definitely looked forward to it. I was figuring out how it was going to work in my schedule. And as long as I could get to shower and wash my hair, I was really excited for that learning opportunity. And as a person who was privileged enough to get swimming lessons and to have that skill, it's really frustrating knowing that people that do not have that economic ability will no longer and have not been provided that right for a few years. I want to reiterate the point that this was a decision, this was the results of lack of investment from years ago and not necessarily these current board members. But that also means that you have the opportunity to repair that harm from the past and make this investment in students' lives, knowing that there is a CHS student in 2020 that recently passed away from drowning. And I also think knowing that common space is something that CHS would benefit from, but not at the expense of lives and not at the expense of essential education for students. So I just want to reiterate that especially making sure that students are included in this conversation. Has there been an attempt to include students in such a big decision that's going to impact a lot of them. And maybe a ton of them are going to be in favor of the commons, or maybe a lot of them might be interested in swimming pools. So I would also urge you, how could you also consider the people who are going to be most directly impacted by this decision? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Bert Morris.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are. You have 2
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you very much. Bert Morris, lived in Maplewood a little over 9 years. I was a graduate of Milburn High School back in 1978. And I gotta admit, I don't know how to swim, or I'm unable to swim. I think real early I wasn't probably interested, and I had disabilities. But I do want to say even though I don't swim myself, I'm very much in support of anything that can be done to save the Columbia High School pool. I think it's a unique, very important role that the pool has, particularly its life-saving skills for our young people that they do need in a place where they can get it. Also for the swim team, even if it's not able to be used for competition meets, and I'm not sure about that. At least say it can be used for swim practices, and the swim team members would not have to be traveling long distances for their practices. So I just really think it's very important that this be reconsidered. And at times, things that were decided, say a couple years back, need to be reconsidered. And I think this is a circumstance where saving the pool, and once you do away with the pool, I don't think it can be brought back. And also one other thing on the courtesy busing, I think I'm fully in support of it, particularly elementary school age children should not be walking nearly 2 miles from school. That at the very most should be walking 1 mile. For a high school students, they can walk further, but definitely reconsider the courtesy busing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next online public speaks is from Karen Harris.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Great. This is Karen Harris. I'm a Maplewood resident and a parent. I am disappointed by this evening's presentation of the Commons Plan with its moving furniture, of which we do not yet know the cost, its cross-curricular value, but what is that even, Dr. Taylor? And the suddenly magically newfound classroom space opening up in other areas, which I would guess will cost more money, not mentioned, to redesign from office space to learning space. Were those numbers even included? All this slippery and fanciful talk, juxtaposed with the complete lack of a plan for restoring the pool, the missing statements of the pool's value to our students, specifically the direct learning it offers, not to mention the admission that there has not been a study conducted since 2013 that would offer a real picture for our community of the potential for a pool at CHS and the swimming and water safety curriculum that it would serve. Thank you for hearing my and others' frustration and your due diligence investigating deeper by conducting a thorough study.
Thank you. Now we've reached the end, not the end of the hour, the end of the first hour of public speaks. So, Dr. Taylor, if you could respond.
Thank you to our board president. Thank you for those who participated in public speaks. Under the advice of counsel, I can't respond as I normally would because there's litigious connections to these topics. For those who normally come to these meetings and watch, I always try and respond on the spot, but because of the pending litigation regarding these topics, I cannot offer a response. at this time, but I can share and echo what our board president shared in his comments, that the board has requested additional information, and our business office, transportation office, as well as legal counsel are providing all the information that has been requested for more discussion and consideration. That is all.
Thank you. We'll now move on to committee reports. We will start with board member Siders in the room, and then we'll go on the screen in alphabetical order. So Vadlamani, Wakefield, and then Wright. Vadlamani, what am I doing? Vadlamani, Bergen, you guys are jumping around. Bergen, Vadlamani, Wakefield. And it's only 10 o'clock. Sorry, go ahead, board member Siders.
Good evening. The CNI committee met on Tuesday, July 7th at 6:30 p.m. Board members Malaspina and Telsford, myself were able to attend. Board member Wingfield was not able to attend. We received an update on the CHS Humanities class from Dr. Jane Bean Folks. The Humanities class was started in the 2021-2022 school year. It's a class that is a combination of social studies and language arts. For that first year, have 4 teachers, 40 students. It was offered as academic and honors. All but 1 student took the class at the honors level. And it was a side-by-side curriculum. So you have the 2 teachers in the class who were, well, you have 4, but you had the 2 different teachers in the class who were able to teach the curriculum with the students, looking at both social studies and language arts. There were no student failures, and a student survey was given since this was the first year of the class. 92% of the students felt they were really supported. 76 plan to continue in honors classes. 65 felt that meeting back-to-back was helpful because what I failed to mention is the class is double period. And 47% of the students like the blending of English and social studies. This fall will be year 2 of the program. The class will be given at the honors level. There will be 80 students. 64% of the students identify as students of color. There will be 3 teachers, 1 language art, 1 social studies, 1 special ed teacher. Right. And in the long term, looking at for the 2023 to 2025 school years, still looking at having 3 teachers teach the class with a 90-minute block teaching. They're looking for additional full-time employees in social studies and looking to set goals for measurement and mastery. For special services, the ESY programming has begun and is off to a great start. The district is servicing qualifying students from pre-K through 18 plus. And the program runs from July 5th to August 12th. Summer case management information is disseminated in automated responses on email. So if you email a special services staff or administration, you will receive back any information regarding the chain of command and who to contact for summer school coverage. Right. And also that the summer newsletter did go out to parents with information on summer planning, including who to contact over the summer and just some ESY information. Regarding access and equity, the district has posted the position for the Director of Access and Equity. It had an application deadline of July 14th. The position is aligned to report to the Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity as a primary support position. The district is asking the director to have some specific knowledge and ability in the following areas: demonstrate ability to access, use, and analyze both quantitative and qualitative data, coordinating activities for site-based access and equity leaders, and conducting related investigations as assigned. Tonight, we have, let's
see, we have 3 policies up for second read. We have the Title I district-wide parent and family engagement, postnatal accommodations for students, and a revised harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy. For first read, we have a revised student intervention and referral services, also known as INRS. We have a revised student assessment policy, revised high school graduation policy, a care school policy, and also a comprehensive health and physical education policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Siders? Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. Did you guys cover, I know we discussed having student achievement data by August. I just wanted to see if you had the opportunity to discuss that in C&I so that we would have that information available to look at the next public board meeting.
We did not discuss that in C&I, but I can add that as an item to discuss for a future meeting. One other thing I forgot to include was goal setting. We didn't get a chance to talk about goal setting in our C&I meeting, but board members have been having conversations and have started drafting some items that we want to share with the whole C&I committee, including administration and SLT.
Thank you. Any other questions for Board Member Siders?
Sorry, I just point of clarification on my end. If this is something that was already addressed in new business last meeting, do we continue just to have a quick dialogue about this here in this setting, or where would I discuss old business with regard to student achievement?
My understanding is that it's going to go through committee, and then when it comes to committee, it will be presented to the full board.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
Hi, yes, just as a FYI, I have informed the SLT about this request. If you recall, they were not a part of that meeting. And so we are working on that, and we do plan to give an update during our next CNI meeting and make it a part of the agenda. Also understanding, as I expressed when this was brought to my attention, that not all of our staff members are 12-month staff members, that all of our folks are here the entire summer. But again, we'll share what we can put our arms around at our next CNI meeting with plans of sharing it with the full board.
Thank you. Any other questions for Board Member Siders? Board Member Whitletter, is that a new hand?
yes. No, that would be extremely helpful because the only student achievement we've seen was the Star Strong data since I joined the board, and with August right around the corner, we really need to assess how our students performed last year to make sure that we have proper supports in place. So ideally, I'd like to see a presentation. We discussed this last board meeting, so now it's been a month. So we should likely see this information prior to the start of school, whether it's Star Renaissance data, both exams that were given, and then the pass-fail data, which I know has been a request that was made by C&I several months ago.
Thank you. Any other questions for Board Member Siders? All right, move to Board Member Bergen on policy.
Thank you. The policy committee met on July 12th for about 2 hours. Tonight, we are voting on 7 policies, 6 to adopt and 1 to abolish. 2415.04 district-wide parent and family engagement. We approved this policy in April, but Strauss-Esme has some additional updates that we are adopting today. 2416.01 postnatal accommodations for students. This is a new Strauss-Esme policy about accommodations for students returning to school after giving birth, addressing breastfeeding and pumping accommodations. We currently have a policy on this topic, but we'll replace it with a Strauss-Esme version. So the other policy, which is 5752.1, is being abolished tonight. 5512, harassment, intimidation, and bullying, has had a big revision. Among the items are language about setting standards for behavior cooperatively and creating an atmosphere that encourages students to grow in self-discipline. A new section on pages 6 to 13 of the red line, consequences and appropriate remedial actions, that has a range of consequences and factors to use to determine the consequences. And other notable language, the use of negative consequences should occur in conjunction with remediation and not be relied upon as the sole intervention approach. We're also voting on 8210 school year and 8220 school day, which are technical policies about what counts as a school day and how long the school day and the school year need to be. They both have been updated by Strauss-Esme since the board last adopted them. 9720 solicitations by vendors is a Strauss-Esme policy that addresses vendors soliciting parents, students, and guardians. Vendors must be approved by the board, and the board can withdraw approval at any time. We have 4 policies for first read: 2417, student intervention and referral services. The board revised this last fall, but Strauss-Esme recently updated it. So the proposal is to retain the revisions that we made last fall and incorporate in the new parts of the Strauss-Esme policy. 2422, comprehensive health and physical education. I worked on this, revising this policy with board members Telesford and Whitlitter. Then it went back to CNI. We added language to the introduction about the values of the district to guide how statutes are implemented, and added the new AAPI curriculum to the policy as it was missing from the Strauss-Esme version. We altered some of the time frames for when certain things are taught. For example, we revised the Strauss-Esme version so that consent would be taught in elementary school in the district. We added a Know Your Rights training for high school students, and the policy also says that students will not be denied recess. 2622 student assessment is being revised based on Strauss-Esme, and the CNI committee is retaining the language about the process for students not to take standardized tests. 5513 care of school property. We revised this policy to align it with the recent board resolution on fines. It states that the district will not withhold a diploma or report card or prevent a student from participating in activities due to unpaid fines. The policy also states explicitly that the district will not charge late fees for library materials. And we discussed how to memorialize the resolution that we passed last month on safe firearm storage in some sort of policy. And board members Vadlamani and Malaspina are going to work on a way to do that and bring it back to the policy committee. We also got an update on the status of regulations for the public grievance policy. We had an introductory discussion on a district goal related to policy, and we discussed like a 2-pronged goal. One prong would be on policy management, such as putting procedures in place to track what policies are in need of review and the district progress on adopting the regulations. The other prong would be related to year 3 of the integration program, which may include a plan for the unbundling of Marshall and Delia Bolden, and continuing to refine placement so the program can grow effectively. And I just wanted to end by saying something about transportation, which is, since we've gotten a lot of email about it, and I wanted to explain how the policy committee and the board handled the policy last year and the hazardous routes. So policies go through an originating committee before coming to the policy committee. And last year, policy 8600, the transportation policy, went through FFT before coming to the policy committee. And FFT determined to remove courtesy transportation, which refers to transportation under 2 miles that isn't required in an IEP. And I tried to make the point in my report out when we discussed it, that people would lose transportation under the policy change in an effort to draw attention to that change. And the policy committee pushed back on the transportation change, and the compromise was to extend the Marshall, Delia Bolden courtesy transportation routes for 1 year as students return to their buildings after the period of virtual and hybrid learning. In addition, we updated the transportation. When we updated the transportation policy, we asked the district to ask the towns to reevaluate the hazardous routes for 2 reasons. First, they hadn't been evaluated in about 20 years. And second, because students would be traveling in different patterns. Given the integration plan, new routes may be identified. South Orange has 4 hazardous routes, and Maplewood has no hazardous routes that have been identified. Both towns reviewed the hazardous routes and found no changes or additions to them. And then this spring, the board reconfirmed with Maplewood that no changes were being made. This year, working in consultation with the FFT committee, knowing that the resolution to extend courtesy transportation routes was ending, the district presented a budget that didn't include funding for transportation under 1 mile, except for IEP and ELL students. The board approved that budget, and the budget supported by the FFT committee didn't include any funding or ask for transportation. I wanted to share this context so people understand how we got where we are. I know that my colleagues in FFT are continuing to explore transportation possibilities, and the policy committee will work to revise the policy if FFT identifies some funding for some amount of courtesy transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Bergen on policy? It's okay. On to Board Member Valimani for FFT.
The FFT meeting was held on the 13th of July, attended by Board Member Whitletter, Board President Joshua wasn't there, but Board Member Bergen filled in for him, and we had Board Member Wright. We were also included by, a bunch of people from SLE, Dr. Taylor, Mr. Burnside, and we also had, so the first thing that was given out was the construction update by the project manager. And most of you heard the architect's project updates today, and many of them were included in the same thing. We had a little bit more detail, but it was pretty much what you heard in the public speak, in the public portion of this meeting. There was also talk about, let me see if I can get into a little bit more detail. So all the schools are getting new HVAC. So that pretty much means that every room is being worked on. And so that kind of increases some of the change orders as some old pipes needs to be fixed or asbestos abatement needs to be performed. In South Mountain, construction is going well. But one thing to note is that ACNG has not delivered the required transformer, but the school can open without it, which will mean that we can still use the existing old heat. And when we get the new transformer, we'll be able to switch over very quickly to the new HVAC. As you also heard, Underhill turf is done. It looks excellent with the logo, etc. And the project manager is going to come back with a couple of high-level milestone documents, both on the effort, timelines, and the cost estimates. We had discussion on the reallocation of the baseball fields fund. So we currently have federal funds for security guards at elementary schools, but that is running out at the end of this year. And we are going to reallocate the funds from that proved to have been used to upgrade the baseball fields to the security guards, but then backfill it next year when we are doing the softball fields at Ritzer. So that way, both the baseball and the softball fields will be updated at the same time. There was a question on sponsorships, sponsors at athletic fields, and it was made very clear that all private sponsors had to be approved by the board. For technology changes, there was a discussion on charges for lost and not returned items. For example, staff key cards and multi-factor authentication tokens, as they're very expensive to replace. There was some back and forth on making sure that this does not seem punitive. And there's also about 116 Chromebooks not returned back, which kind of comes to a total of $27,000. And again, the conversation there was not to penalize the students, but to reach out to the families and make sure that they make us whole. But anyway, one thing to note is that all of these devices are locked and cannot be used. So they're nothing but expensive paperweight. So there is no fear of lost data or any student data being exposed. For transportation, we spent a lot of time talking about the transportation, especially the courtesy busing, the financials, and the details on what actually is going into some of this busing. As you heard, well, obviously, everyone knows the courtesy busing was stopped as per the board policy in 2021. A robust discussion followed, allowing equitable busing for as many students as possible. So obviously, we're waiting for more granular data from the business office, and some positive action has to be taken to alleviate the pain of parents who have lost the courtesy busing. On a different note, 24-seater buses have been sold. They've been put up on the Gov deals. A couple of resolutions that are coming in today for CNI, for the evaluation tool, which is about 14K. We have new policies and regulations that are in there, and also for new business, we're thinking of in the 2022-2023 district goals, we want to add goals on how best to jumpstart the Bolden K5 when the construction is complete. And obviously the big goal will also be to revisit the entire transportation program and how best to transport as many students as we can given the tight budget. We also want to add goals on safety and security goals, and also on long-range facilities plan goals, like from 2021. And that's it for the FFT committee minutes.
Thank you, Board Member Valamali. One clarification, the evaluation tool is a personnel goal because it's for the evaluation of staff.
Correct. It's not
I
a CNI.
mean, resolution, sorry.
Yep. Go ahead.
Board Member Malaspina.
Thank you for your update. When speaking about the loss of computers, and I think I also saw in your minutes something about the amount of money we're spending on replacement parts related to that. I think you stated in the minutes, but you didn't state here that you're looking into different ways for insurance or other means to work with parents and others about replacement costs and all of that, which the district is now paying.
Correct. So the initial thing here was that we need to ensure that the cost is borne by the family and not the actions by the individual students. That's number one. And number two is that instead of reaching out to insurance and third-party collections, which normally leads to not very good outcomes, it is better for our administration team to reach out directly to the family and settle it there as much as we can. That is our primary goal.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying that most school districts have some type of insurance program that you pay $25, a minimal amount of money, and you get insurance when you get the computer. And with that comes, if it breaks, you get a replacement. If there's, something goes wrong, there's, instead of the district paying for the cost to fix it, that, you send it out to the company and the company fixes the computer, that type of thing. And that for people who can't afford that, the district provides the insurance. But the insurance is there to help with lost, stolen, all of those things that happen with kids with computers.
I see. So what you're just suggesting is the people, all the students, each student who gets a device should pay an insurance.
I'm
what are you saying?
Yes, basically, I'm wondering what is going on with that, and if that is something that we have discussed doing.
I'll have to defer to the business office for that. I'll have to defer to the, Dr. Taylor and the business office for that, because I don't think we discussed that part.
Yep. Let's let Dr. Taylor respond.
Thank you. And so, yes, we are familiar with different insurance possibilities, third parties who parents could work with or work through to add that layer of protection. We did discuss that briefly during FFT, and there are some concerns around those third parties and families thinking that we are recommending them versus making them aware of their existence, similar to some of the third-party insurance that people have on their cell phones, right? There's always a lot of red tape and small print on those type of policies. So we are giving that some thought. Mr. Bonds was investigating if there were best practices out there around that. He also shared with us that students are still turning in those devices and we're still logging in the information. The information that was shared with FFT was a timestamp of where we were at that time. And we were still collecting those devices. And again, assuring everyone that we're only collecting devices from students who are leaving us. If they are staying with us, they are okay with keeping those through the summer for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Board Member Valamani? All right, thank you. On to Board Member Wakefield and Personnel.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee met for over an hour on July 12th with board members Siders, Whitletter, and Wright in attendance, along with Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gilbert, and Ms. Robinson from the district. We reviewed personnel items on tonight's agenda, including retirements, resignations, and leaves of absence. Additionally, we reviewed and discussed new appointments, salary adjustments, transfers and reassignments, stipends, and summer employment. Dr. Gilbert provided us with an Access and Equity Department update. In his update, he shared that the administrative assistant to the Assistant Superintendent for Access and Equity, Ms. Robin Curry, began on July 1st, 2022, so we welcome her. Additionally, he shared that the newly created position for the Director of Access and Equity, as Board Member Sider shared in her update, has in fact been posted. It has since closed on July 14th and has garnered interest from several dozen potential applicants. Screening of the applicants has likely already begun, and Dr. Gilbert expects to submit a final candidate for the board to, Dr. Gilbert expects to submit a final candidate for board approval at the August meeting. We also received an update on the hiring process for the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. 78 applicants have been screened. 20 candidates were forwarded to Dr. Taylor for further review. 10 candidates were selected for preliminary questioning, and we look forward to an update on this hiring process in the coming weeks and hope to receive a final candidate for our review at our August meeting. As part of our contribution to drafting the district's 2022-23 goals, the Personnel Committee spent time at our most recent meeting to begin drafting our new goal. We began the process by reviewing our 21-22 goal and used it as a jumping off point to brainstorm ideas for the new goal. Between now and our board retreat on August 1st, the committee members have committed to collaboratively contributing to a shared document, to continue exchanging ideas and contributing to a draft to bring to the larger board early next month. Finally, Board Member Whitletter made a recommendation and a request to review a monthly report at our ongoing committee meetings that reflects both new month's data as well as cumulative year-to-date data around our new hires and resignation numbers. Ms. Robinson has agreed to pull this data for us to review beginning at our next month's committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Wakefield? Board Member Mouseman, is that previous hand?
It's previous hand, sorry.
No problem. All right, that concludes our committee reports. We'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting. I'll turn it over to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you to our board president and to each committee chair and committee member for your tireless work in supporting our school district. We are now moving to the action portion of our meeting. I would move for the board's consideration resolutions 4321 through 4328 with a understanding that in 4325, we are pulling the following resolutions. HIB number 233743 and 232512 as discussed in executive session. Again, 4321 through 4328, excluding 4325, HIB numbers 233743 and 232512.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Siders, all in favor? That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. All right, we're now in discussion for the above mentioned items. Any comments or questions?
I didn't get a chance to say I wanted to separate one before we got to everything.
Ms. Febres, how can we handle that? Can we just, instead of voting them all at once, we'll just vote the ones except where Board Member Mouseman has a question, and then we can vote that separately?
Yes, you just identify. Sorry. She can just identify the one which she's going to either abstain or accuse or vote no.
I'm not going to vote. Well, okay, so It's 4327A through C. I'd like to vote separately on that one.
4327A through C. Oh, 4327, all three of them.
Yeah, yeah. Is
Thanks.
it the same thing or is it like,
They're just three different cases, so it's three different
but it's
cases.
all in one thing, right?
Right, so you have 432, but if you, I guess my question is,
Okay, so then I would like, I think it's C.
Can I just confirm, Board Member Malaspina, that you're requesting to sever 4327 altogether or a particular number and letter?
C.
I have no objection to modifying the previous motion. Who was the second?
oops, second.
All right, so again, just one more time to make sure that we're all clear. The motion is 4321 through 4328. Pulling 4325, HIB 233743, and HIB 232512, and also excluding from this motion 4327. C.
May I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. We're now in discussion for the above mentioned items. Any comments and questions? Seeing none, I'll close discussion. Board Member Malaspina.
One question, and I just want to sort of get a little clarification on this because we had discussed it in policy. The comprehensive health plan, we were debating in policy if we thought that the new information that Arun and I were working on in terms of the policy with the gun violence should be included in that or maybe a separate policy. I just want to make sure it can still be included if we decide that that's where it needs to go. It's on first read, so my thought is yes. I just don't want us to mess this up.
Yes, it can be included as an edit after this first reading, if need be.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that because the more I'm looking at policies, I think that that might be the best place for it to end up. So I just, I want to make sure that it's sort of known to people that that might be what happens.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the above mentioned items? All right, seeing none, I'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on resolutions 4321 through 4328 with the exception of resolution 4327C and the modification to 4325 for case numbers 233743 and 232512.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
motion's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. I now submit to you for consideration 4327C.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor?
Aye.
That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now in discussion for resolution 4327C. All right, seeing none, I'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on resolution 4327C?
Board Member Wright,
No.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that yay?
Yeah. Sorry.
No problem. Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
No.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I believe we have two hand carries, Mr. Burnside.
First one's 4329.
Board members, for your consideration, I will read the hand carry. Resolution number 4329 for action. Subject, Somea grievance. Be it resolved, the board denies the level 4 grievance filed by employee name redacted.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? Appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Now discussion for 4329. Any comments or questions?
I'm just stating that I am by advice of board counsel, I am recused from this.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on resolution 4329.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina. Sorry. Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield, Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have hand carry 4330. Board members, our last resolution for your consideration is 4330, HIB Appeal Number 230168 underscore CHS underscore 0321 2022. Whereas on July 13th, 2022, an HIB appeal hearing was held by a committee of the board in closed session involving a harassment, intimidation, bullying matter. HIB report 230168 underscore CHS underscore 0321 2022. Whereas at the hearing, the board heard from the appointed investigator and the parent who filed the appeal on behalf of their child. And whereas the committee carefully considered the relevant information. And whereas the committee has made a recommendation to the full board during that executive portion of its July 18th, 2022 board meeting, and the board has carefully considered the matter and the recommendation of the committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board hereby affirms the superintendent's initial determination and finds that incident number 230168 underscore CH underscore 0321 2022 did not constitute HIB within the meaning of New Jersey statute and the board's policy on harassment, intimidation, bullying as to student number 244-891-2340. And be it further resolved that the administration will take appropriate supportive, restorative, remedial, or punitive action. And be it further resolved that the board secretary is further directed to notify all individuals affected by this decision of the board's determination.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitletter, I believe. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Any discussion on resolution 4330? Seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on resolution 4330.
Board Member Wright,
I abstain.
Board Member Whitletter,
I abstain.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Abstain.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That concludes your resolutions for this evening.
And we are now at the time for our second
Sorry, I
public
raised my
speaks.
hand. Sorry, you guys, I didn't know if you could see me on the screen.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes, sorry, just a point of clarification on process. I also have a hand carry resolution this evening. Should I bring that up here or do I wait and do that in new business?
New business.
Okay, thank you.
We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates. No public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but not time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and the town of residence for the record. We'll set the time to 2 minutes for each speaker and ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this form does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel slander charges. And finally, the board recommends all members of our community pursue the chain of command. First public speaks is from Khadija Kossi White.
Before my time starts, are we doing the 2 minutes or are we doing the 3 minutes on the website? Okay. All right.
2 minutes.
Got it. All I would ask is, why are you doing this? Why are you all destroying this pool? Is it because a board nearly a decade ago said they would do a renovation project that they never got around to, and you all still feel obligated? Are you doing this because a bunch of folks in this community who would never and have never cared about integration or equity or working against racism in the school district have spent the time harassing people online and mobilized against this pool for no clear reason? Are you conceding to their pressure? These kind of people talk fiscal conservatives out of one side of their mouths and make jokes about shooting Black people and refer to our new school's namesake, Miss Bolden, and I quote, as a likely crack whore out the other. A former board member who dismissed Sally Hemings' rape and said she wasn't Black. There's no neutral ground here. For folks who have taken to the streets in police protests, there's a phrase that we yell when we march. We say, who do you protect? Who do you serve? So I ask all of you, who is it that you protect and who is it that you serve? If it's not the autistic, special needs, Black, brown, and Asian students in this district who are more likely to drown, who do you protect and who do you serve? You all keep talking about how you need to focus on an intentional integration plan. How can you do that while eliminating one of the greatest symbols of integration in the 20th century? Swimming in this country with its history of attacks on Black swimmers, in these towns with its history of exclusions, is integration. Swimming is reparations. Swimming is athletics, it's access, it's self-confidence, it's physical education, it's therapy, it's exercise, it is literally survival, and the increased threats of climate change make this more true. Conservatives in this country are pushing back to destroy public schools and take the resources out of them. You all have an opportunity to push against that path. Maybe previous boards couldn't. You can make a better choice. You are making a choice.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Josh Posner.
Thank you for the extra time. I watched Michael Alves and Nancy McCardle's presentation to the board before the rollout of the III. They were very clear that the algorithm was not the be-all, end-all of the integration program in this town. They said that the algorithm needs to be tested, and if the result is something harmful to the children or impractical, it would need to be fixed. It is very evident that the school board is painfully removed from the reality that parents, particularly those who both work and have multiple young children, face if they don't think the rollout of the III that places children all over the town without viable transportation options is harmful and impractical. To listen to the pleas of parents who just want to be able to send their kids to school with the bus and to have them dismissed out of hand is callous. The term courtesy busing is actually pretty ridiculous if you think about it, especially as it relates to people in the Bolton area. The buses didn't just show up as a courtesy for a couple people. The buses were placed there by the school board in the 1980s when they wanted to integrate Marshall and Jefferson School. And they realized the only way to do it was to take an entire neighborhood and bus them together. They realized that was a burden to take away the ability of a child to walk to school, and they moved entire communities together, and they didn't get a tape measure to determine who got a bus and who didn't. The removal of the buses in the Bolton area highlights that the school has no plan when it comes to who is going to attend Bolton when Bolton opens up K through 5. Now, you owe it to the people who live in the Bolton area to tell us who is going to go there. Because right now, on my block, which would be the closest thing to Bolton, we have Tuscan, we have South Mountain, we have Marshall, all within 100 yards. I talking to people today, we have Clinton. So you guys got to figure it out. You got to put everybody together, and you got to let us get to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is, let's try Fausia Sheikh again.
That community member is not present.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Jen Saravello.
That community member is not present.
All right. Our next public speaks is from Devyani Guha.
Sorry, never mind. Sorry, never mind. That was a mistake.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Diana Kamen.
Hello, I'm Diana Kamen. I'm a Maplewood resident. My daughter is an incoming Marshall kindergartner, and I just want to generally say I support a reconsideration of the transportation plan with access and equity and environmental impact at its center. But I wanted to make a public comment about the pool. Just wanted to say that no matter the series of decisions or the history of the lack of investment that has led to this moment, I hope that the current board and that the broader community registered the incredible testimonies tonight and can transparently recognize the impact of this decision, not just losing a historic pool, a convenient and accessible practice space for CHS swimmers, but most significantly losing the possibility to offer free swimming lessons as part of PE, which will disproportionately and even fatally affect students who enter high school without swimming experience, which I understand accounts for at least 30% of incoming students as of a 2013 survey. So as a community member and district parent, I just want to register publicly that I believe that if the destruction of the pool moves forward, if we are committed to equity and inclusion, that decision kind of calls all of us, demands all of us to then make a subsequent commitment to reparative action and immediate exploration and sort of vigorous exploration of other options. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Megan Adams.
That committee member is not present. I apologize. I believe this is.
I think it's listed under Megan, there, or now Meg.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Megan Adams, and I'm a resident of South Orange. I'm a mom of 3 with 2 children in the school district. one at Bolden and one at Marshall. The decision to eliminate busing for Marshall and Bolden families shows an utter lack of care and disregard for the promises and commitments made to families. Now my family and hundreds of other families find themselves in a terrible situation where we will be forced to shuttle our children back and forth between these two towns for school drop-off and pickup. For my family, we're required to backtrack, drive from South Orange to Maplewood, then drive back to South Orange, and then drive back in the direction of Maplewood. This causes my two younger children to be in the car for over an hour plus each morning. It is not our choice as a family to have a K through 5 age children split and placed in two different schools, nor was it our choice to have their start times in the reverse of where we must be, making the drop-off doubly cumbersome. This was the structure of the district, and with it came the promise of busing. Let's be clear, the district promising busing is not a courtesy, and it never was. It was a structure that made that purposeful integration plan 40 years ago viable. In my day job, I'm a school leader, and any school leader can tell you without proper and thoughtful implementation, the plan will not work. So what has the district done? The district told families, including mine, in mid-June that if we had not heard about busing, we would have it. The district then sent a generic email to hundreds of families on July 5th saying that courtesy busing would be removed. What has the district not done? They have not spoken to local police departments about hiring additional crossing guards, changing the crossing guards' time so that our children can walk safely across dangerous streets like South Orange Avenue. The police departments have no idea this is happening. They have not spoken to town officials in South Orange or Maplewood about this policy change and impacts around traffic, traffic safety, or general experiences for the community. The elected officials seem to find out, like many of others, with the Village Green article. They have not engaged school communities and families directly impacted by the change, as is the expectation of the New Jersey School Board Association. And several BOE members have not responded to direct communications from those they represent, including me. It is simple. Access to busing is education. Access to busing is equity. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our second public speaks. Dr. Taylor, you care to respond?
No, sir. Just thank you again for those who hung on to participate.
Thank you. We'll now move on to new business. Anyone have any new business this evening? Board member what letter?
You did.
Board member what letter? Go ahead.
Sorry, I said board member Tellisford, you could go first.
No, you
I
can
had
go
two
first.
things, so.
I have two things, so you can go first, actually. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. The first thing I just wanted to talk about is policy 5120, the assignment of students, and this is around the intentional integration plan. I think one thing that I just wanted to discuss here is the fact that part of this policy requires that 2 surveys were given, one in January and one in May, to families who participated in its first year. And obviously those surveys didn't happen. So when I see the petition, to me, that in effect is a survey. And I believe that our students should be given transportation over a mile. If you look at all successful integrated public school systems that have done this well, they've prioritized a transportation infrastructure and they give elementary age students a mile over a bus to school. I'm excited that in FFT, we were able to have a dialogue around this and that we'll have more numbers to review this week on Thursday. But I want to see a commitment from this board, and I'd like to just hear anyone's thoughts regarding the fact that we didn't complete this survey or any surveys, because the idea behind this is we're supposed to be evolving and continuing to improve this process, and what was decided year one doesn't necessarily have to be the way forward. We can continue to make this better and have it be an integration program that works for all students. And that starts with transportation. So for me, I just want to know why that survey didn't take place.
Mr. Board President, if I can interject, I would recommend that a public discussion regarding whether or not a survey did or did not occur first be brought to the policy committee and also referred to administration so that the matter can be reviewed and the information can be gathered and presented back to the committee. And then furthermore, we could also have our office look into it to determine whether or not the policy was followed. But as far as a public discussion, I would advise against it at this time because there is ongoing litigation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I?
Let
do
me
the next
let me
new
get to
business?
Board Member Telesford, and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes, with regards to the presentation by the architect tonight, I guess I was led to believe that we were going to have a fuller picture of the plan for the commons or for the pool. And I feel as though looking at the presentation, we did not really get a full, I guess, presentation here in terms of cost, especially with regards to the pool. Much of what was given were just estimates that were not with any sort of specifics. And I would like to, I guess, put forward to the board the idea of putting forth an actual motion to actually do an actual analysis on the actual costs for commons and for the pool. How much are HVACs? How much is furniture? How much is maintenance for either choice? Because what we have right now are just numbers, but they are not really specific, especially when we look at something like HVAC. We have HVAC numbers that are kind of guesses, but they're based on square footage. But when you're talking about an HVAC system, you're talking about a specific system that will service a certain area. So I know that we're talking about, oh, we have to go out to bid in August, but we've had so many months to do this and we haven't done this analysis. And for something that is so integral to our community, we should actually do the full analysis. And I'll just say second, I also agree that we should be looking at busing and providing as much busing to the community as possible. And so we should be doing full analyses and then presenting these to the community.
Thank you. Regarding that request, I will refer that to the Finance Committee for further discussion during their August committee meeting. Thank you. Board Member Malaspina, your hand was up and then it disappeared, so.
It disappeared. You answered my
Thank you.
question. So
All right. Okay, thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Mr. Board President, I'd like to recognize, I'd like to be recognized for purposes of making a motion. And I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution. As board members, we have been
Please read
trained
the
to
resolution. Oh, sorry. Please read the resolution.
Pardon?
Please go ahead and read the resolution.
Oh, thank you. As board members, we have been trained to uphold the code of ethics, and as a self-governing body, it is the expectation that we hold one another accountable for being faithful, honest, and for doing the right thing. When we unilaterally make decisions that are in contradiction to our code of ethics, we put the board at risk, our district at risk, and our students and faculty at risk. I believe that we have violated this code. I realize we are not perfect people. We will each make mistakes, but we are each responsible for our individual actions because it is a reflection of our Board of Education. I believe in this board and the work we can accomplish once we establish a foundation for success, which begins with the prioritization of our code of ethics, safety, and confidentiality. And with that, I'd like to read the resolution into record now.
Mr. Board President, I'm sorry, as far as the resolution that was discussed and just introduced, any resolutions do require first and second. Secondly, however, though, that is something that I would advise the board, similar to the same justification I gave before with respect to the transportation and the policy. If there is any concern or if there's any thought as to any suspected violations, that should be sent to our office. At a minimum, it should be notified, sent to the board president or the superintendent so that it can be forwarded to our office so that we can investigate on behalf of the Board of Education before any public comments are made with respect to any alleged violations. And so that would be my recommendation, is that the motion is not entertained and that this is instead sent to our office for investigation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Febres.
yeah,
Board Member Malaspina.
it was asked of the board president and never responded to.
I'm unaware of what you're referring to, but you can, according to Ms. Febres, we can.
I sent you an email questioning what we would be doing in this circumstance, and you never replied.
I may have missed it when I was on my little bit of break, so I apologize for that. As you all know, I'm very responsible with email, so I will go back and take a look at it. Thank you. Board Member Lamani.
I'm a little confused. I mean, I heard someone mention that this was brought up in front of the board, but I do not remember hearing anything about the board, nor having. This is the first time I'm hearing of any resolution. I'm happy to entertain the motion and kind of go through all the discussion and all of that stuff. But this is the first time I've heard about it. So maybe I've also missed it too.
Thank you for that, Board Member Valamani, and Board Members Massimino, if you can please just re-forward the email, so it'll be at the top of my inbox. I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Board Member Bergen.
Thank you. I think the issue is that we don't know what it is, but the advice of counsel is not to read it into the record, so we don't really know what you're referring to, but I support following counsel's advice and the council vetting it before it's read into the record.
Thank you. Board Member Telesford.
I'm sorry, so I'm not speaking on this topic. Are we done with this topic, or I have
Well,
something new?
sorry, I would just like to
No.
finish.
So go ahead.
Legal counsel,
Okay,
can you
Board
please,
Member Whitletter, you're recognized. Go ahead.
what happens if I read this resolution into record? Could you please explain that?
Sure, just as all board members, have a responsibility to ensure that they are always reporting accurate information. Also keep in mind that the statements that you make have the potential to compromise the Board of Education by subjecting it to liability. So I am recommending that and you also have an obligation to refer all matters that may warrant an investigation for any suspected noncompliance to administration for investigation. So there are several steps and instances that should be taken first before any kind of public statements are made that can open up the district to liability and compromise the board.
Well, I would like to read it into record.
That's fine, as long as you acknowledge that I've counseled you, and now you are essentially taking your own private action.
Okay. Whereas on Monday, June 27th, 2022, during the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education meeting, Board Member Dr. Kwawi Telesford took independent action and presented confidential and non-public information that was not approved for public disclosure. Whereas Dr. Telesford shared confidential blueprints and floor plan information of Columbia High School with the public during his
I'm sorry, Mr. Board
Point of
President.
order,
and
I'd like
during
to
the
make a
public
motion to
session
move
of
to
a
adjourn
board
to
meeting.
executive session.
Point of
Whereas
order.
the
May I have a
South Orange
second?
Neighborhood School District
Because
was
you
providing
are
various
such
Point of
a-
order,
for
point
the
of
state
order, point of order.
Columbia
I'd like to
High
make a
School.
motion
Point
to
of
adjourn
order.
to executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr.
I
Burnside,
motioned
please call the roll
to
to adjourn to
amend
executive
that
session. Thank
motion.
you.
I motion to amend the motion, and I'd like to finish this resolution.
Point of order.
I've made a motion to
Point of
adjourn to
order.
executive session as the board
The-
president presiding over
Point
this
of
meeting,
order.
Mr. Burnside, and it has been seconded. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on adjourning to executive session. Thank you.
Board Member Bergen? Thank you. Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
No.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Motion passes.
The board is now adjourning to closed session. For those on the screen, I will send a Google Meet link. Thank you. Yes, we'll be coming back. especially because this is, oops. I'll make a motion to resume public session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do I need to roll call or just all in favor? All in favor? Mr. Burnside appears to be unanimous. Mr. Bonds, just want to ensure that we are back on the record before okay, and we were doing everything I just said. Great, fantastic. All right, we are now, we are resuming new business. Oh, I'm not on the WebEx, so is there any new business? Seeing none, I'll close new business. I'd like to make the following motions.
There is new business.
There's two hands up.
It's Kwawi and Ms. Malaspina.
I couldn't see though, sorry. Board Member Telford.
I just want to know if I can make a request for FFT. Regardless of what we do with the commons and pool space, there is the concern I have for the girls' locker room. I want to know that we can, the only funding that is in the long-range facilities plan is for a skylight and some upgraded HVAC. I want to know if we can look into, I guess, what would it cost to, I guess, rehabilitate and renovate that space?
Thank you. We'll refer that to the appropriate committee.
Thank you.
Board Member Malaspina.
I would like to make a request for, and I'm not positive it's CNI or another committee, but we were found out recently through a news article that the committee that was dealing with the suspension moratorium was not very much involved in the process or the report, and that the children that were supposed to be involved were not really involved in the situation. And so I would like to request that the CNI committee or whatever committee that would fall to reevaluate the report and possibly talk to members or reconvene the committee so that we can understand fully what is going on, because we have an incomplete report, in my opinion.
Thank you. We'll refer that to appropriate board committee. Seeing no new business, seeing no more hands, I'll close the business and make the following motions. The Board of Education will meet in public session Thursday, July 21st at 6:30 p.m. here in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform. We'll be holding a board retreat immediately after public session. Will adjourn to a board retreat. Action may be taken. The Board of Education will be meeting in special public session Monday, August 1st at 6:30 p.m. here in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform. Immediately after public session, we will adjourn into a board retreat to discuss goal setting for the 22-23 school year. The Board of Education will meet in public session Thursday, August 25th at 6:30 p.m. here at the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, as well as using the online video conference platform. Immediately following roll call, the board will adjourn to closed session to discuss negotiation, litigation, and other matters subject to the Open Public Meetings Act. The board anticipates returning to public session 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, August 25th, here at the district's meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, as well as using the online video conference platform. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 12:17 a.m. on Tuesday, July 19th, the superintendent's birthday. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, Board Member Siders. Thank you. We are now adjourned. Everyone have a wonderful day, and we'll see you all Thursday. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dr. Taylor.